Hi. It's 2 in the morning. Hi. I'm Skycat Live. Skycat Live. Skycat Live. Hi. And it is 1:52 in the morning on a 6/17/2024. I hope you guys are doing really well. I got very drunk and I did a session last night where I listened to a lot of music and played some games and stuff, and it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Now I am back for some EvE, some FFXI, and some Fallout 76. And I believe I've gotten all the software and the hardware stealing out of the way so that they can't cock block me from running a stream. And I think we've got all the stuff, all the ducks in a row to have a successful stream without a lot of hardware, software failure, and people attacking me and some such. So, thank you so much. We're gonna deactivate and go to live and in real time, bitch. It appears that my display adapter is not working. That's okay. Some days it isn't, some days it is. You can never tell with Windows and OBS being totally fly-by-night pieces of shit software that fail half the time, you know? You can't tell. You never know what's going to be working and not working with software. Because software apparently code, just spaghetti codes and spins into its own AI thing. It totally like makes some software work and some software doesn't, you know? It's weird. That's totally how software works. Software has a mind of its own and totally does whatever it wants to do all the time. You know, that's how software works. Totally. You know, at least when these people get a hold of it. God damn it, you're tanky. You are so tanky. Come back here. You are so fucking tanky. Why are you tanky? You're a fucking mod that doesn't even attack. Why are you that tanky? That seems stupid. I'm hitting you with the best weapon in the game. And it took 65 hits. With entirely strength 15. Like, I mean, what? Why are you that tanky? Fucking Bethesda. Idiots running to Bethesda. Swear to God. You can see it in the basic things they do. Why is that fucking dodo that doesn't even attack you takes 65 hits with a veteran spec character completely into 15 strength and the best weapon in the game? Why does it take the best, highest strength, best geared, you know, not best geared, but like a possibly geared, fucking person? Why does it take me fucking 65 hits to kill that non-attacking dodo pet mob? You don't think that might be fucking stupid? Most of the rest of the... Even legendaries, I'll kill in sometimes 4 or 5 hits, you know? Most of the time. But that thing took 65 because you're an idiot, Bethesda. You didn't play your own game. You don't know how stupid it is to kill that thing. And it's obvious. It's obvious. And I hope you lose your money. I do. I hope you lose your money. It's obvious that you do not play your own game. See it? It's obvious that you don't play your own game. See it? I hope you lose your money. I hope you lose your company over it, you know? I need you to play your own game and understand how stupid this is. Look how many goddamn attacks I had to hit him with. I'm chasing this non-attacking mob around. Why? Why is that like that? Why? Are you an idiot? Did you fail school or something? Why did you design like that? You're a fucking idiot, Bethesda. Piece of shit company. Where's the other one? Where is he? Where is he? Oh. Okay, there we go. 2-star Thrasher. Now watch out. Now this guy, he takes the exact... No, he takes a little bit less damage. But, okay, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 5, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. 48 hits. 48 hits to kill that thing. Dear God, why? Dear God, why? Are you wicked? Are you stupid, Bethesda? Dear God, why? Get a fucking clue. Where are the lawyers? Sue these fucking assholes for abusing children. Essentially, I consider that child abuse. Why does some child come onto your game and wail on that dodo with the hardest, best gear in the game for 50 attacks? Are you wicked? Are you stupid, Bethesda? Are you here stealing from us live and in real time? I think you are. and I think you're stupid. And I think this should be clipped and it should be shown to the children so they know what to look for when they deal with you. I really feel that way too. I do this stuff so they can see what they're dealing with when they deal with you. 50 attacks on a 2-star legendary with the best gear in the game. What the fuck? Are you fucking stupid, Todd? Are you fucking stupid? I think you are fucking stupid. You play your own game? Obviously not. Piece of shit. Yep. 15 strength, full spec, fucking crazy. Like, you know, I even have, like, the damage stuff on. You know, please stop doing that. You're so goddamn worthless. So anyways, so Bare Arms, Iron Fist. As you can see, got a lot of weight stuff here, but I also have Martial Artist and Iron Fist, and I was still hitting that 2-star legendary for 50 damage or whatever the fuck with 15 strength and Iron Fist and the best fucking melee weapon in the game. And I'm still hitting him 50 times. Are you fucking wicked? Are you stupid, Bethesda? Are you literally brain dead? Play your own fucking game, piece of shit, worthless company. I don't want a Fallout 6 or an Elder Scrolls 6. I want you to die. I want your company to die. I view what you're doing to gamers live in a real time on my stream as essentially against the law. I think it should be against the law what I just did. I think you steal from people. Wailing on that mob 50 times with the best melee weapon in the game. Come on, man. And it wasn't even the mob before it wasn't even a legendary. On a mob that doesn't even attack, it took me 50 hits with the best weapon in the game. Are you wicked? I think you are. I think you're out to steal kids' money. I think you're out to fuck us over and steal our time. I think you're wicked. I think you're there to abuse children. I think you're out to abuse children, Bethesda. The evidence would the evidence would indicate so. I would say you are out to clearly abuse children. I would say. Wish I was kidding, but no, it's very clear that you're out to abuse children. Very much so. You can see it with the 50 melee attacks on a non-legendary. You're abusing children. It's clear as day, you know? I won't say anything else, you know? That's exactly what you're up to. Nothing more, nothing less. Abusing children. Tell me it's something else. It's not. It's abusing children. Forcing a kid to wail on that fucking mob 50 times is abusing children. It is. You know? I won't say it's anything else. That's exactly what it is. No more, no less. You know? I'll start this over. Please start this over.
Portland, Oregon, the city that decriminalized every drug. This is Portugal, the country that also decriminalized every drug, but with insanely different results. What is the difference between Portugal's decriminalization and...
The American government is out to kill us. The Portugal government actually still loves its citizens. The American government wants this to happen. That's the difference. If you don't know, you're stupid. The American government wants us to die. This is the proof. If you can't believe what's right in the fuck front of your face, this is in Chicago. See it? This is downtown Chicago as a tent burns, as people, our own citizens, die in the streets. This is because the American government wants us to die, and it works with the doctors to sell us the fentanyl. Too hard of a concept for you to understand?
Legalize all drugs.
Why has Portugal had great success?
This is the American, the American government trying to kill its own citizens. Is it very? I mean, is that too hard for you, or, you know, I can clearly see it. This is the American government trying to kill its own citizens. Tell me that it's not. This is the American government getting behind the fentanyl doctors to turn all of our young people into slaves that are addicted to a drug that kills them. Tell me I'm wrong. Fight me. Fight me. Tell me I'm wrong. That the American government doesn't want this. If the American government didn't want this, this wouldn't happen. You know? But they do. The American government wants these people to die. American government is wicked. Terrible. Like Satan. Am I wrong? Fight me. I'm not wrong. I mean, the evidence is right in front of your face. I mean, I'm not wrong. No. I'm not wrong. Or it would be in front of your face if the software billionaires weren't stealing so much. Sorry. I forget that they're always trying to steal all the time. You know, OBS is free, but they're still trying to steal somehow. I don't really know how, but...
Today, 2024, it's in people's faces.
You know, their website gets hits. That's how they make their money.
Over the last
Some kind of side thing.
year, I've documented the deadliest drug in human history, fentanyl, infiltrate nearly every
Fentanyl.
major city in America, from Honolulu, Hawaii,
Not the fentanyl.
to Anchorage, Alaska, to Kensington, Philadelphia, with drug overdose becoming the number.
I mean, yeah, and if the American government didn't want this, it wouldn't be there. The American government wishes to kill us. Hard concept? Too hard for you to grasp? You think your overlords like you and want you to live? No. Evidence is right here in front of you. Don't believe me? Open your eyes. Right here is the proof that the American government wants to kill you.
Cause of death for America.
The American government caused this with the advent of all the fentanyl doctors. They caused this. And now they think it's funny while we die on the streets. And this is the American government. Fuck them. Worthless. Republican or Democrat, I don't care who runs it. They're all worthless.
40 and 30.
Trying to kill us, you know? I think of them as people who want me to die, you know?
7 states.
In the last 3 years, I've seen well over 200 people that I've known personally.
Personally die, you know? Yep, personally die. In the last 5 years, I have known something like... I'm starting to grasp at straws past 10. I've known 10 people that have died. 10. I've known 10 people that have died. And I haven't even been on the streets since 6 years.
It's almost everybody I know.
Yeah, now your son is fucking ODing in high school, dead as shit, right?
Right? And they don't care because they want us to die. That's the goal. They don't care if their own kids die.
Is he alive right
I mean,
now?
they care, but they didn't want their kids to be victims, of course. But they were trying to kill us all. You know, they're trying to kill us all. Yeah. I mean, is that too hard to grasp? Or I mean, look at all the dead people dying on the streets. If you don't, is the evidence not good enough for you? This is the government trying to kill us. You know, I lay it straight at their feet. They caused this. They let the fentanyl doctors go crazy. They put the drugs in the fentanyl doctors' hands. Now the people are dead on the streets because of fentanyl, and this was the government trying to kill us. Is it too hard to understand?
What can be done to stop this?
I don't like the government. It's clear as day why. I mean, this is what they want. This is what they bred. This is the money that they spent. This is where they wanted us to be. They want all these people to die on the streets. It's a war on the poor. Fuck the government. Fucking, they're completely worthless. I don't consider the American government to have one esteemable. I mean, you could call healthcare good. So I guess they got one redeeming quality. One. The rest of it, I would say, is essentially Vlad the Slayer trying to kill us.
Oregon passed Measure 110, decriminalizing the use and possession of all drugs, hoping it would help drug addicts feel more comfortable seeking treatment.
No. All it did was they got a little bit less harassment on the streets when they were getting high, so they just got more high.
Than hiding their drug addiction in the shadows in fear of being incarcerated. But in 2024, drug use and possession has been recriminalized and will take effect this September. Initially taking inspiration from the drug policy in Portugal, who claims to have solved their drug issues with decriminalization as a key part of their strategy, has made me wonder if there's something else Oregon's experiment was missing besides just decriminalizing drugs.
Nearly 4 years after Oregonians voted to decriminalize hard drugs, the move has ignited controversy. All sides admit something isn't working. The question is, what now?
Like, if you die in public, you should have to go to recovery.
Yeah. I agree.
Like,
What do you got for
Yeah, like yeah.
MDMA?
Wait, I thought you bullshit.
Drogas.
Yeah, and make you lose your mind.
Okay.
So that is bad for health, man.
Oh man, I'm talking about like there's volcanic activity and stuff like that, and earthquakes.
What? Oh no! You can see that look on his face. He's like, Oblivion NPC moment. Yeah, well, I mean, but you wanted him to be like this. you gave him the drugs. You let him do this, you know? It's your fault.
And Portugal to see what Oregon may have been missing and what the United States can learn. I went back to Portland to see what the locals and drug addicts think about recriminalizing the use and possession of these drugs. Let's talk to the public here, see what they think. As you can see right behind me.
I don't like seeing people running around smoking their tinfoil and
Right here. Is this a common occurrence?
oh, every day. Incredible. I've been feel absolutely wonderful at all times, 150 times more comfortable.
Got it.
And I'm an old hippie, you know, we used to get stoned and everything like that, but we were respectful.
People are doing it in a specific way where, like, look at that.
Okay.
It's getting to a point where it's like you can do whatever you want to.
It's a monkey picking his ass in the public street.
Do, but at the end of the day, we still over here working hard to get it. We all can be homeless. We all could be on.
Yeah, you know, if the government wasn't here, we would be fine. You know, if they didn't want to kill us, we'd be fine. Yeah, if the government wasn't here, you think it's because of the drugs. No, the American government planned all this and wants to kill us. Don't believe me? Consult 9/11, where they killed 3,000 of their own troops. The American government wishes to kill us. I keep waiting to have to go to war with them, essentially. You know, they want this.
Things, but at the end of the day, we choose to get out and walk a certain way. And
is it hard? Is it too hard for you to, you know, I guess it's too hard for Americans to understand that the American government wishes to kill us and brought all this to fore and is right at their feet. Did you think that the American citizens put fentanyl in the hands of all these idiots? No, it was the American government that did that.
We all have the capabilities to be less than, but we're choosing, like, we're having a...
So, yeah. If the government wasn't here, we'd be fine. Yeah, I mean, but they want us to die, so...
Conversation,
so the people die on the streets, and the rich white people steal, and never the two shall meet.
That's a certain way.
It basically gave open reign for everybody to just do dope.
Yep.
I'm not saying prison or jail is an alternative or is the best solution. I don't know what the best...
Yeah, like if I'm on the streets and I know that you don't want me to kill myself on drugs, but then you say, oh, well, it's legal. I go, yeah, let's get high, right? And I think about how, really, if you just hadn't got me addicted to heroin in the first place...
Solution is...
How has the open-air drug use impacted your business, if at all?
People don't feel safe. People coming here, for example, like tourists, may think, oh, I'm not safe here. But I do feel like, you know, like a lot cleaner here than a few years back. Like you would see feces on the ground.
When did you notice that change, if at all?
Since last year.
I think there are people who have straightened out their lives because of maybe a rude awakening that incarceration presented in their lives, but I know that it's a revolving door. I would rather see other try.
Yeah, it's a revolving door. Fuck prison. It's not the solution to mental illness. Yeah. Some ice water. You know, you tried to kill us, you know? You got an entire generation addicted to fentanyl. You tried to kill us. The American government tried to kill us. They know that we still haven't woken up to the fact. We still haven't really grokked the fact that the government made an attempt on our lives. But, I mean, that's what happened. The American government tried to kill us by getting an entire generation addicted to fentanyl, putting it through the doctor's scripts and making it available to pretty much anybody who wanted it. They knew what it was. They knew what would happen. They're not stupid. They knew exactly what would happen. And they did it anyways. They let the doctors run wild with their scripts and turn an entire generation into, you know, drug demons. And, not an entire generation, but, you know, a large percentage of it. And this was not acceptable, and I wish to kill the American government as it wishes to kill us, and do unto others as they do unto you. I wish to kill the American government for this. The fentanyl crisis, I wish to kill, as in end the American government over the fentanyl crisis. I believe we need to sue for peace, and I believe we need to sue the American government. And we need to take that money and start something new. Use the system that they set up to conquer their own problems. You know, the only way you're ever going to get anywhere with the government is in the system. So you sue the government for peace. You say you committed a war against the poor. You let the doctors turn all these citizens into slaves to a substance. And you are evil and need to be dismantled and disrupted and shut down. You are evil. I mean, this is at the feet of the American government. They killed hundreds of thousands of our own citizens, just like in 9/11. You know, thousands of people. They'll kill thousands of their own citizens. They don't care. This is right at the feet of the government. You know, none of these people will ever say it because they don't want to be shot by the government. I figured that was going to happen my whole life. You know, I always assumed that the government would just shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street. That's why I say it a lot, you know. I was kind of assumed, you know, instant karma or John Lennon kind of thing, you know. Or, yeah, I always figured that they killed John Lennon, shot him in the fucking face with a pistol, you know. Because he sang instant karma, and I kind of figured, instant karma is going to get to you, you know, and I'm saying it on the side all the time. I'm like, you shouldn't treat your own citizens like this. Instant karma is going to get to you. What goes around comes around, government. You're going to die like you try to kill us, you know?
Do you think Portland had enough time to see the results that they were intending?
No, and I also think we're such a political hotbed, both just locally and nationally, that
Does anybody buy those stickers and patches? Does anybody buy those hats? Does anybody buy those hoodies? Because all of those hoodies look like they've been sitting there for 2 solid years.
Appropriate.
If you sell one hoodie, I suppose that pays for a whole day's work. So yeah, I guess, you know, so if you sell one hoodie a day.
Just too many ulterior motives.
But I mean, like, I look at that shit and I'm like, why do you waste your time? I mean, I guess it's honest, but it's... Like, I'm like, you're sitting there. How much money could you possibly make off this? You must make some money.
Justice and criminal system.
But I mean, like, do you actually sell any of those things?
As well as, like, the recovery systems. And, like, our culture is another variable that's not always perfectly transferable to a place like Europe either.
That pipe was a really good idea. Look at that pipe. Genius. That pipe is genius. Look at it. Man, they've been making meth pipes wrong for 50 years. Why not make that? That's so much fucking better than meth pipes. Look at that genius pipe. It's just... I mean, does it have a carb? It's a genius bubble. Some genius scientist who like methamphetamine made that pipe. It's a genius pipe. Meth pipes are stupid. Round is a good design, but this is better. This is way, 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 way better. You can just see. One of the problems with meth pipes
systems, as well as, like, the recovery systems and, like,
they're round, right? The bottom of a meth pipe is round. It's the size of like a quarter. Sometimes meth pipes are bigger. They'll be really big, like the size of a $quarter. But or $half, 50-cent piece. But most of the time they're like the size of a quarter, right? And they're round. And so when you try to hit the bottom of a meth pipe, you're always like moving the flame around, trying to get the sides of the side to try to get it all hot and everything. A nice, small, flat bottom the size of a dime is going to cook the drugs perfectly. And I didn't know till I saw this pipe. But yeah, they've been making meth pipes wrong for 50 years. And I had no idea. I've never seen a pipe like that. But it's a smart pipe. It would burn better.
They're variable.
I'm never smoking a round pipe ever again.
Not always perfectly transferable to a place like Europe either.
Do you think it's
I mean, we all knew that anyways, but I mean, you know,
to be able to use drugs in public and not be charged? No?
No, hell no. To be honest, there's just smells like
Yeah, it smells like shit.
Exacerbated it.
Yeah, it smells like shit. That dinosaur fossil fuel smell of opioids. It's like a weird, sick, smelly shit. It smells like it smells like burnt brownies, but not sweet like that. More kind of like a sulfurous sweet. Smells like farts mixed with burnt chocolate. It's not too good.
I think
Heroin, the way it smells. I mean, I love the smell of burning heroin. I do. But I mean, like, it's still a bad smell. It probably smells so bad to other people who don't know what it is.
that it just makes
Yeah, it smells horrible.
it a lot. You started seeing more of it everywhere.
Yeah.
Instead of being something people did, you know.
I love the smell of it. It smells like God to me. Marijuana and heroin and methamphetamine, they all smell like God to me. They're like God particles. They smell like a good fresh meadow that's baking in the sun after a good rain or something like that. It's like a good smell, but it's also extremely cut usually. So the cut smells like garbage. It's not the drug itself that smells bad. It's all the cut that you burn. All that cut that they put into it. You know, rather than letting the Walgreens do it and providing good product and stuff, they wanted drug dealers to get rich, so they just let drug dealers get rich for some reason, and I don't really understand that either. Wouldn't you normally want that money, government? But no, you seem to really want drug dealers like Blow to get rich. You know, gorgeous George and people like that to get rich. I've never really understood it. Well, you could just open up that little shop behind her that doesn't sell any shirts. Turn it to a Walgreens and let them sell dope that isn't cut, and the country would be a much better place. A much better place. But no, you know what these idiots are that monkey picking his ass lying on the side of the fucking sidewalk downtown and shit. He's not addicted to the drugs. The drugs are fine. He's addicted to the fucking cut that you cut the dope with. That's what he's actually addicted to. It's a mixture of 15 or 20 different drugs that they cut the fentanyl with, right? And by the time you actually get to the fentanyl, which is a tiny little quotient of the pill or whatever it is that you're doing, right? The tiny little quotient of it is actual fentanyl, right? Because it'll kill you. What that little monkey is picking his ass over and lying on the sidewalk over is the cut. All the cut that you put in the drugs. It's foul, it's sick, it's always been sick. That cut that you put in the drugs. These idiots wouldn't be picking their ass on the sidewalk like that if you would just let the drugs remain pure, you know? Because, yeah, trust me, they would stay away from it if it was pure. They would know. You don't fuck with pure fentanyl, you know? Nobody does. Nobody fucks with pure heroin. You don't need fentanyl. I don't know why it ever hit the streets. I mean, I know why. It's because the government wanted to kill everybody. But I mean, even pure heroin kills people. You know, it just straight up stops your heart. You know, so why do we need fentanyl? Why do we need to go harder than heroin? I'll tell you why. Because they want people to cut that dope really bad all the time with a ton of adulterated, fucking, expectorants and nasty shit. You know.
Then we were enabling and even promoting drug use. They could go to a number of different organizations, and get clean needles. And I understand the reasoning behind that. Clean needles, crack pipes, whatever you wanted, they'd hand it to you. But they weren't really giving them resources. Like, this is where you can go if you want to get clean.
No, they're like, here, get more high and kill yourself. Because that's what they want. They want us to get more high and kill ourselves. They don't like drug addicts, so they want us to die. So they pretty much ensure that all the dope is cut with all this garbage that kills us. And they want us to die on the streets. I mean, is it that hard to understand? They're homicidal. I don't know why they're like this. They're the rich white people. I don't know why they're like this. They just want everybody to die. I don't know why they're like this. You tell me. Why do rich white people like Bill Gates want us all to die? I don't know. Do you know? It's a mystery for the ages. It's a mystery wrapped in a vest. It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma wrapped in a vest. I have no idea why they want to kill us like this. They just do. It's a mystery. I've accepted it long ago. Like 15 years ago, I accepted it that they just want to kill us. It's a mystery for the ages why they want to kill us. No idea. But they want us to die. And so I want the government to die. It's only fair. It's exactly what they wanted us to do. So why can't I want the government to die? I want the government to die. I want the government to die. I want all those people up there in the government to die. I want them to die. As they want us to die. It's only fair, you know. Hard concept?
Help them get their lives back together so that they can have a good life and a quality of life. They were just enabling their drug use.
There needs to be consequences.
Yep.
If there's no consequences, then people are going to do whatever they want.
Is it dirtier or more clean in the last month out here in Portland?
Man, with us, with Central City concern out here, it's cleaner.
And I just noticed this syringe drop box right there. Do you have to empty those?
Motherfucker, I got one right here.
Drop box right here.
Do you even use those, or do they just throw them on the ground?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that people do throw them on the ground, though. But they do a lot of, man, people look at these people like they like animals.
They're not animals, they're humans. They just ran afoul of a government-sponsored opioid doctor. Is it that hard? Or they ran afoul of their, of the peer pressure. One or the other. It's either government doctor or peer pressure. Those are the two things you're going to hear.
We do have a little pride, man, as human beings, you know?
Yeah.
If that were a needle on the ground, you'd go.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Boom. This is happening everywhere, right?
It is.
Philly, Kensington, you seen Skid Row and shit, man. No, but today, 2024, it's in people's
This guy's not that far from the streets either.
faces. Before they were able to point, right? Oh, look at all these drug addicts. Yeah, now your son
Yeah, this guy, he likes the methamphetamine.
is fucking ODing in high school,
100%.
dead as shit.
If you don't know, I know. He's tired because he hasn't woke up yet today. If you don't know what that means, then don't do meth.
Right?
When you tell people that, oh, hey, you know what? Yeah, you can go and shoot up on the street corner. Here's a foil, here's needle.
Yep, I mean, I thought we were free in America to do whatever we want. I'm kidding.
Well, what just happened to all of our businesses that were here? I was born and raised here. Where's the tourism?
I feel like if they want to do it in their house, they should do it in their house, not here. Yep.
I don't need to go to Portland, Oregon. I think there was a good television show out of there and all that, but I mean, I guess I'd like to go to Portland once, I guess. But I don't feel the need to go to Portland, Oregon. I've been to a better place, and it's called Denver, Colorado.
It's not on my bus.
So let me ask you, on this bus, do you have people often walk in doing drugs?
Yes!
It's not on my bus.
So let me ask you, on this bus, do you have people often walk in doing drugs?
He's spinning. There's the America that I know.
Drugs?
No, they light up on the bus.
Do you have to do anything about it? Can you do anything?
We shut the bus down for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Does
Let
that
it air out.
vastly impede and slow down the flow of bus traffic in the city?
Yes. Takes me out of service.
It happens daily. Matter of fact, when I left my apartment this morning and I was heading to go to an appointment, there's a guy, pants down.
Pants down. I love how it starts. There's a guy, pants down.
Missing one shoe.
One shoe.
Needle
out of the arm.
in his arm. Out.
Out. Just poof, gone.
Are you witnessing police officers come and say, hey, sorry, man, we got to give you a fine?
No.
She's just straight up nodding out in the middle of the traffic stop.
Are you witnessing police officers come and say, hey, sorry, man, we got to give you a fine?
Oh my God, do not write this lady a ticket. Put her in jail. She is falling asleep on the fentanyl as you are speaking to her and she is driving a car. Put her in jail. Put her in jail, you piece of shit moron. Why are you writing this lady a ticket? She is nodding out at the wheel This is why I don't like driving anymore. I drive all the time. But I mean, like, I don't really like driving anymore because I know what the reality is. It's right here in front of you. I used to have a friend, she liked to shoot up in her neck while she was driving, you know? There's monkeys out there. We can all say that there's monkeys in the treetops, I would say. Is that a safe thing to say? Safe, you know, it's safe to say that, you know, the monkeys are kind of, you know, swinging from the rafters, you know? I think it's safe to say that now at this point. I did have a friend who used to like to shoot up in her neck while she was driving. You know, it was like her favorite thing to do. She was like, I'm going to shoot up now. And I'm like, you're driving. Yeah.
Down here a couple weeks ago, there were a couple of guys just doing it right there, right on second, you know that whatever that.
Right on second. Oh my God.
Drug is, you know, like.
Strike?
Yeah. And you see it still openly.
And I walked up and I kicked his foot a couple of times. I'm not going to touch him.
Make sure he's alive, right?
Yeah, make sure he's alive. No response. Called 911. 911 didn't show up. What they did was they sent this
911 didn't show up. Oh my God.
Street mental health group, you know.
Outreach group or
whatever they are.
What did they do? Did they administer Narcan?
No, they didn't do anything. They walked up and they're like, hey. And he just happened to move his... I mean, I was standing there, and he just happened to move his head. And she's like, oh, well, he's fine. And
fine.
They got back in their van.
I mean, yeah, if they're moving, they're alive. I mean...
What is that?
Well, I mean, what is that? It's them trying to help people that can still be helped. If you're full-blown dead from a fentanyl overdose, you can't be helped. They probably deal with it all day.
Do you suggest forcible rehabilitation? Is that a solution? Some people
I don't like the word forcible. You can't force anything on anyone.
And I'm just shocked at what Portland has turned into. It goes both ways, but it is a result of the opioid epidemic, you know, and that goes back to the pharmaceutical
companies and the doctors. Yeah, I mean, like one of the reasons that these people are still on the streets dying to this shit is we never did get closure. Kind of like 9/11, we never really got closure for, you know, George Bush and his cronies killing 3,000 of our own troops. I think of those people as troops. They were killed in war. They were trying to go to their jobs that day, but we had American citizens, troops, die at war in our own country to our own people, and we never got closure for that. That's one of the reasons why we were able to push the opioid crisis so badly, is we were so depressed over 9/11 because we never got closure that killing ourselves on heroin didn't seem that bad. I mean, hey, Kurt Cobain did it, Bradley Noel did it, why can't we, right? So yeah, you know, all of our heroes did it. Why can't we? You know. So yeah, it's like it's starting to look pretty good to kill yourself on drugs when you know, we never really did get closure for JFK. We never really did get closure for Vietnam. We never really did get closure for Kosovo or the Gulf War. We never really did get closure for 20 years in Afghanistan or 3,000 of our own troops dying in 9/11. You know. We never really did get closure to the opioid crisis or any of this other stuff or COVID or anything at all. And so the longer we go without closure, while these people continue to essentially wage war against us and get us addicted to drugs and treat us like chattel and push us around all the time, pushing little children with their fully automatics, if we don't get our closure, this will just keep happening.
Pushing that stuff on everyone, you know?
As someone who works in a restaurant, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It affects business, it affects everything. Seriously. Yep. We had a guy come in one time.
This guy is so much like my inner circle that it's scary to me, from the hair to the job to the clothes to the way they talk, the hairstyle, the way he's standing, all that stuff. My inner circle is so much like this Portlandia guy that it's a little scary. But this guy, his style, this was our style. This is who we were. This guy, even his job, all my friends worked in restaurants like him. It's funny. He's in the same lower class. He's lower class, so he's working a restaurant job because he wasn't given anything, you know?
Him out for wanting to do fentanyl in the bathroom, and he punched something off the wall, came back, and then threw poop on our window.
If they're going to recriminalize, is anyone going to go to jail from the Sackler family? You know, is anyone going to...
Sackler family. Let's look into that, because I didn't know. Oh yeah, the Sackler family, huh? Sackler family sounds like they suckler. Let's see. Does the Sackler family suckler? Sackler family? Uh-oh. What is the Sackler family? A secretive billion-dollar opioid empire, huh? Let's go listen.
Of an epidemic. An epidemic. In fact, it's called the worst public health epidemic in our history.
8 members of the Sackler family caused much of the opioid epidemic.
Oh, good. Oh, good. 8 people killed, how many millions? How many people died of, how many opioid deaths last year? Oh, good. So 50,000 people had to die last year, so 8 people can make money. Good, good. That sounds like the America that I know. Yeah. Hey, fuck them. Kill your own troops and your own citizens in 9/11. Who cares? Or just, you know, just kill 50,000 people a year so the 8 people can make pharmaceutical money. Sounds like the America that I know.
The case is shining a spotlight on the powerful family behind the drug.
Lots of money, you know? Yeah, mainly.
They were all hell-bent on becoming super rich.
Imagine a medical industry that's supposed to keep a nation healthy, but becomes so completely corrupt that it causes an epidemic.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know this stuff because I don't watch John Oliver every single day or whatever.
This has become a reality in the United States, where opioids have caused just under 50,000 deaths per year, according to recent figures. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Countless other lives
Oh
have been
boy, I was hurt by the cold. But I had to understand. I remember when I hit rock bottom, it was the day that my girlfriend left. I hit rock bottom and I was like, fuck, I'm never going to see her again. And I didn't either. I didn't.
In the United States, drug overdoses are the leading cause of death in people under 50. That's a lot to take in, but imagine if most of this tragedy was caused by one secretive family working behind the scenes. Once again, this is a reality. That family's name is Sackler. The Sackler family is not only partly responsible for the epidemic, but has also made a multi-billion-dollar empire from it. You may not know about them, but you've surely heard of OxyContin before. Welcome to the story of how billionaires
OxyContin before
and doctors became the drug dealers.
Thank you, Cold Fusion, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel. Thank you for opening my eyes to grave injustice that has been killing Americans for years. I had no idea, but yeah, it seems like rich people are usually at fault, aren't they? Aren't they usually at fault? Usually it's rich people that cause most of the world's problems, I'd say.
Caused an epidemic.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Fuck yeah, Cold Fusion TV. Never heard of you? I like you.
The opioid epidemic in the United States was caused by a variety of factors, but one of the main ones is the involvement of the Sackler family and their infamous opioid painkiller, OxyContin. In 2017, when over 100 people per day were dying, President Trump declared the opioid crisis a national emergency. Here's the problem. Patients are often given strong painkillers when in hospital for surgery or chronic pain. While the drugs are life-enabling for many patients to avoid excruciating pain from injury or otherwise, many fall into addiction cycles from withdrawals. Some people graduate from prescription pharmaceuticals onto cheaper and more potent alternatives like heroin or fentanyl. The cases and causes come from far and wide, but research indicates that there is a strong correlation between regions of high opioid prescription rates and high overdose rates.
I mean, if you look at it, 4 of 5 injectable drug users started getting opioids, whether it be OxyContin, prescription or non-prescription.
I have never had an OxyContin that a doctor didn't hand me. I never touched pills. I like foil. I like tinfoil. I like glass pipes. But I don't like pills. I think pills in particular are a really good way to die. I think pills are really scary. A lot more scary than even the needle. Because when you're shooting up a needle, right? You've got to score the drugs. You've got to get the needle. You got to get a tourniquet. You got to get a fucking foil. You got to get a steel wool. I don't know. I'm not a needle guy. I don't know all this shit. Water. I think they have to have a cap of water, right? So like you think about that, you understand all the things that are required for you to shoot up, and you're probably thinking about what you're gonna do for the 5 hours afterwards, right? And where you're gonna be and what you're gonna do. Do you have food? Are you hungry? All this other stuff. It's like a trip. It's like going on a trip. It's like going on an acid trip every time you get high on heroin, because you're out for about 6 hours. You know, you're out. You're not dealing with anything. You're not doing anything. So this is a lot harder than swallowing a pill. Did you get what I'm getting at here? I think pills are actually the really scary thing. People will tell you it's the needle, but I think the needle requires so much attention, so much work, so much planning, so much all of it, right? That honestly, I think it keeps people safer. I think swallowing a pill is so goddamn easy. It's so easy. You're done. You can literally have the thought, pull out the bottle from your pocket, pull a pill out, swallow that motherfucker like House MD, and be done in 4 seconds, right? Shooting up is not like that. Shooting up is at least a 5 or 20. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette or something like that. You got to go outside or go inside. You got to get your rig, get together, get ready, understand what you're going to do for 5 hours and all that.
Check in with me from time to time.
Okay.
I have additional assignments for you to carry out.
I didn't do anything, but okay. Are those people at this? Yeah, they are. So we're gonna go to that place. Yeah, Killer Bees Camp. Go. So, but pills are like pop a pill, done. And I think that's what killed America. I think it was the doctors. I think it was the doctors. I don't remember anybody ever having a problem with drugs ever. Even the junkies, until I knew people that were doing pills, you know? Oh, I'm in the rats now. Oh, gotta get out. Smart setup. quad short 10mm. Look at that. Ooh. %300 ammo capacity. Good people. My sort of people.
So there is a direct correlation between the two.
Annually, more than 214 million prescriptions for opioid pain have been given out, with more than 11 million people abusing their medication. But how did this problem get so catastrophic? Enter the Sacklers. The Sacklers pushed OxyContin to everyday people who had little use for the drug. They corrupted the entire supply chain, employing armies of sales reps, paying off doctors, lobbying for favorable regulation, and making billions while masses fell into devastating addiction. They didn't care much for the addictive properties of their drugs. They were more concerned with their bottom line. Their name is everywhere, yet not many people know about them. The Sackler family have invested a substantial portion of their $14 billion net worth into many museums, art galleries, and universities. The world-famous Louvre Museum in Paris has a Sackler wing. Kate Middleton was stunned when she opened the Sackler courtyard in the Victoria and Albert Museum, which consists of 11,000 handmade porcelain tiles. London's famous Gothic church, Westminster Abbey, even has a window named after the Sacklers. While the family is happy to put their name on any prestigious institution that will receive their money, it's a name that is far removed from their golden product, OxyContin. The reason why will soon be very obvious. So to understand the Sacklers in full, we must first look at the Sackler story. The story of the Sacklers starts in 1952 when three psychiatrist brothers, Arthur,
Yay!
Mortimer, and Raymond purchased a small pharmaceutical company called Purdue. Together, they co-authored over 100 research papers on the biochemistry of mental illness. Arthur Sackler doubled as an advertising pioneer in pharmaceuticals. Perhaps by using his research papers as leverage, he was the first to convince the Journal of the American Medical Association to run an ad brochure in color. Arthur went on to make Valium the first drug to pass 100 million sales. He did this by marketing it as a drug to cover all kinds of ailments with a made-up term he called psychic tension. Previously, that kind of drug was strictly only for anxiety. So with the introduction of the invented idea of psychic tension, it could be prescribed to a much wider market. Almost anyone could fit the symptoms, not just anxiety sufferers. By this stage, Arthur Sackler was inducted into the Medical Advertising Hall of Fame. During the 1980s, a recent movement in medicine was taking place. It was called hospice. The hospice sector takes care of the terminally ill and end-of-life patients. Around this time, the Sacklers company Purdue would release a morphine-based pill called MS-Contin that could help cancer patients sleep. In the hospice market, addiction wasn't an issue because the patients would soon pass. Purdue would take this concept one step further. They would release MS-Contin for general use. Unfortunately, MS-Contin would be the precursor to the drug that would help create an epidemic. In the United States, MS-Contin became the benchmark for pain relief among cancer patients. During the 1980s, several papers and articles claimed that the link between opioids and addiction was minimal and previously overstated. A letter published to the New England Journal of Medicine stated that the risk of addiction was less than 1%. Even though this letter was later retracted by the author, it didn't stop over 600 citations of the letter in medical journals. The misinformation had already spread, and it was difficult to stop. Advertising genius and co-founder of Purdue,
Advertising
Arthur Sackler, had a
genius.
nephew named Richard. Richard would later become the president of Purdue, but got his start as a research scientist in the company. Richard would constantly be brainstorming ideas, trying to find new uses for MS-Contin. Much like his uncle Arthur, he was heavily interested in the commercial and marketing side of the business. Purdue's former executive director of product management recalled that Richard didn't always wait for the research results. Richard Sackler would later become the president of the company in 1999 and co-chair in 2003. His uncle and father became the co-CEOs of Purdue. Within Purdue, Richard was an avid micromanager who would send out bulletins which halfway through read, "If you're reading this, call my secretary," and he would leave secret passwords in the text. Based on which sales reps called the secretary and delivered the password, Richard would know exactly who was reading the bulletins and who wasn't.
Yep.
During the 1990s, the company realized that they needed to do something about MS-Contin. The patent was set to expire by the end of the decade. In addition, the use of morphine as an end-of-life medication stigmatized the drug from being more widely available. The company moved to make a new drug called OxyContin, with the active ingredient oxycodone replacing the morphine. Many doctors falsely believed that oxycodone was weaker than morphine. The truth was, the active ingredient in OxyContin, oxycodone, was in fact 50% stronger than morphine. Later, in an unpublished study by Purdue in 1999, the company found that the addiction rate was 13%, not 1%. The FDA even approved a claim that OxyContin's delayed absorption would reduce the probability of abuse. The FDA examiner who was involved in the approval of this claim left the FDA shortly and within 2 years had accepted a role at Purdue. Sadly, this move hints at corruption. In 2015, Purdue was granted FDA approval to market the drug to children as young as 11. Almost immediately after OxyContin was released, the cases of addiction became apparent. But rather than admit the drug was addictive, the company simply blamed people for not taking the drug as directed. Even Purdue themselves had to fire one of their secretaries after she became addicted to OxyContin. So the question has to be asked, why was the use and abuse of OxyContin so widely spread? Well, it wasn't by accident. The company knew exactly what they were doing. Purdue's strategy for marketing their new drug, OxyContin, began in 1995. First, the company focused the drug on the same market as MS-Contin, cancer patients. The move was made to win wide regulatory acceptance and the integration of the drug into medical programs. The company began their targeted advertisements on health professionals. During this stage, sales representatives were encouraged to lie about the addictive nature of the drug.
That our best, strongest pain medicines are the opioids, but these are the same drugs that have a reputation for causing addiction and other terrible things. Now, in fact, The rate of addiction amongst pain patients who are treated by doctors is much less than 1%. They don't wear out, they go on working, they do not have serious medical side effects, and so these drugs, which I repeat are our best, strongest pain medications, should be used much more than they are for patients in pain.
Then things got really dirty. Purdue then began paying off all the links in the supply chain. Distributors were guaranteed rebates, pharmacists were given refunds, and patients were given coupons for starter supplies. Academia also got their share in grants. Medical journals were even making money from advertising the drug. Politicians were given campaign donations from both Purdue and the Sackler family, but the most important link in the whole chain was the doctors. After all, they were the ones who used their discretion on what to prescribe patients. Purdue had speaking events where doctors would be flown in to so-called seminars, which were essentially golfing trips. Thousands of clinicians were paid to speak at conferences on the company's behalf. Prominent doctors on the Purdue payroll played down the effects of opioids, calling them a gift from nature, and stated that the notion that opioids caused addiction was a medical myth.
Ha!
During a 9-year stretch from 2006 to 2015, Purdue and other drug manufacturers in the industry had spent almost $900 million in political payments and lobbying. Purdue lobbied and encouraged regulations that required doctors to ask patients to rate their pain on a scale of 1 to 10. This gave them a more quantifiable and tangible reason to prescribe opioids.
Oh,
The company was trying to make OxyContin a viable treatment for non-cancer patients. An excerpt from Esquire, who did a piece on the Sacklers, reads, "The company rebranded pain relief as a sacred right, a universal narcotic entitlement available not only to the terminally ill, but to every American." By 2001, annual OxyContin sales had surged past $1 billion. Business was booming. In the 5-year period between 1996 and 2001, in the United States, OxyContin grew from 300,000 prescriptions to almost 6 million. Opioid abuse cases began rising to the surface, and studies would show direct correlations between the location of the cases and the volume of opioid prescriptions in that area. Purdue even targeted poor areas with high labor work. The higher instances of workplace injury led to high uses of OxyContin. The company also recorded information about prescription quantities that individual doctors were writing. Sadly, this was so that the sales reps would have a better idea of which doctors to target. Like casinos targeting clients that would spend the most, Purdue was targeting doctors that would prescribe the most.
People trust their doctor and they think that the doctor is prescribing things appropriately and monitoring them appropriately, and they think that if the bottle says take it in such and such a way, that it's perfectly okay to do that.
It is now possible to find regions in the country where the amount of prescriptions is more than the actual population of the region. Doctors would be arrested in the hundreds for running clinics which prescribed pills to patients without a legitimate reason. These were often called pill mills. The Purdue company not only knew what they were doing, but they were happy about it. The company's memos between sales reps read, "Dollars, dollars, dollars. It's bonus time in the neighborhood." Some of the better sales reps were earning 6-figure commissions, with the company paying out $40 million in bonuses in 2001. But for the Sackler family and Purdue, things weren't going to stay so rosy. By this stage, there was mounting criticism of OxyContin, but Purdue still managed to make things even worse. The effects of OxyContin were supposed to last 12 hours, enough for a good night's rest. However, often the effects are only present for 8 hours. Now Purdue could have done one of two things: increase the frequency of the dose, or increase the dosage and increase the potential for addiction. They did the latter. Sales reps were strictly instructed to inform doctors to increase the dosage amounts instead of the frequency. This created the perfect cycle for addiction. The increased dosage would make the patient feel the effects of withdrawal for a short period, and then they would have to take another pill to put them at ease again. This led patients down the slope of being prescribed more than they needed. As their tolerances grew, they fell deeper into addiction.
Every night on the news, you'd hear of someone dying in the state or in other states because of OxyContin, and it was so addictive, and they knew that. Pharmaceuticals knew that.
To bring this home, I have to show you the real impact of opioid withdrawal from the inside. With this, you can gain an empathetic view and understand why so many people don't make it out.
Family time is something Travis Reeder does not take for granted. The Johns Hopkins University bioethics professor soaks up every moment he can. That's because 2 years ago, prescription opioids stole a chapter of his life. 2015, a serious motorcycle accident left Travis with a crushed foot. He would have 6 surgeries to fix it, including a transplant from his thigh, requiring large amounts of pain medication.
Was at a follow-up doctor's appointment with the initial trauma surgeon, the guy who saved the foot, and he's the one who's asked me about my pain level and my drugs, and he's like, oh, you're on a lot of opioids. You probably need to think about getting off them.
Travis says his doctor suggested he begin weaning off of the drugs over 4 weeks. He says 3 days in, he was going through serious withdrawal.
I felt like I got the flu. My temperature kind of went haywire. I couldn't sleep very well.
She watched him get worse every day.
Uncontrollable crying, very often. He would just burst into tears, he couldn't sleep.
Travis reached out to more than a dozen of his doctors. Some told him to take stool softeners and drink lots of water. But no one could tell him how to get out of the withdrawal hell he was in.
I'm really in trouble here. I'm feeling really bad. I said, well, if it's that bad, go back on the drugs.
Travis says he is not anti-opioids and believes they do have a place, but doctors need to prescribe them with a plan.
The failure was in not following up, never telling me what to look forward to.
In my experience, opioid withdrawal was the worst feeling I've ever had, hands down. I have vivid memories of being sick in my bed, sweating with the covers on and freezing with the covers off. I was constantly sick. I vomited almost every single morning. It's something that I would never want to go back to.
You can die, straight up. Your heart can explode for not having it, you can die. Because when you don't have it, your blood pressure goes up. That is why a lot of people's heart feels like it's pounding out of their chest when they have the withdrawal symptoms. And if I didn't have them, the hair on my head hurt. Not only that, withdrawal symptoms, you're going to be throwing up. You're going to be vomiting. You're going to have cold chills. You're going to have hot flashes. You're going to not be able to sleep because you're going to have restless legs. Your legs are going to be moving all over the place. This is your legs. This is what they're going to be doing because you can't stand to be in your own skin. And that is exactly what it feels like to withdraw.
Yep.
Exactly. You're also going to have probably
He
anxiety attacks.
said it well.
Panic attacks. Your face is flushing. You might get scared, so you start hyperventilating and things like that.
There was no counseling along the way. I was never told that dependence was going to be a problem, right? And then at the end, no one knew how or was able or willing to appropriately wean me off.
So why wasn't anyone doing anything about this? Well, soon people did. As time went on, Purdue would go on to face many class action lawsuits in regard to their practices with the drug. Often the company settled, awarding plaintiffs millions. In 2004, Purdue was sued for deceptive marketing, as the drugs were meant to last 12 hours but lasted much less. The company settled the suit for $10 million, sealing the case under confidentiality and admitting no wrongdoing or changing any practices. Purdue always avoided any sacklers testifying under oath. They always reached a settlement just as they were going to be called upon. In 2007, the company faced a suit from the federal government in which Purdue was charged for a criminal felony of purposefully pushing misconceptions about OxyContin. Purdue acknowledged that they knew about the misconceptions doctors had about their drug and actively exploited it for profits. This settlement cost Purdue $600 million. Even though a lot of the Sackler family were on the board and Richard Sackler had a direct hand in operations, the Sackler family name appeared nowhere in the 89-page guilty plea. However, the Sackler name did appear on an agreement attached to the plea, which would mean that the government wouldn't go after any of the listed entities related to the Sackler family. The company's eagerness to settle was in order to avoid anything going on the public record, especially anything from the Sacklers themselves. The family's only testimony on the topic came in 2015 from Richard. Sealed from public view for 4 years and only released in 2009, the testimony showed that Richard Sackler knew about the dangers of OxyContin. In 2001, after it was reported that 59 people died from OxyContin overdoses, his email to executives read,
I don't
"That is
know
not too bad.
Oh, okay.
It could have been far worse." By 2010, Purdue had realized that they need to address the issue facing them. So, they created a new formula for their pill which was harder to snort or inject. After the reformulation, a
Oh
study
my
was conducted
God.
that found
I
a
had
third
no
of users
idea it was
switched
this
to other
dirty.
drugs, and of those, a further 70% began using heroin. It appears that this reformulation simply increased the rate that people turned to cheaper and harder opioids. This was shown by the significant increase in cases post-2010.
Probably everybody started like that, because that's how you're introduced to the drugs, you know, is by pills.
Pills.
And then little by little,
Pills
you know,
for the
it's like
pain.
your money gets tight and you're just like, well, where could I get
Yep.
something close to this but cheaper?
Yep, cheaper.
And then it's heroin, you know. I do sort of think that those pharmaceutical companies do play a big role in that.
Purdue's actions went a step further. As the OxyContin patent was nearing its end, Purdue, with an apparent sudden change of heart, stunningly lobbied that the drug was prone to abuse and that no other companies should be allowed to remake it. In 2013, the FDA agreed no generic copies of OxyContin were to be made, but Purdue's version of OxyContin remained on the market. This simply meant that no other competitors could make their own versions of the drug. So what looked like a rare noble act from Purdue
I think
was
this
simply
needs
a
to be
cunning
on
act to
medium.
move to secure a few more years of
Yeah.
competition-free selling of their billion-dollar baby,
Yep. See it?
OxyContin. With its trail of destruction ruining large sections of the American population, Purdue appears to be moving to other markets. Markets would...
Oh, good! They're going to other markets. They're going to cause problems in other places. Yay! It's the demon drug dealers, and they were actually rich white people all along. Notice a reoccurring theme here? Yeah, it turns out that the evil drug dealers of the world wasn't the black crack dealer down on the corner enslaving kids to sell crack and stuff, right? And killing your community. Nah, it's the rich white guy up on top of the hill. You know, there's diamonds on top of the hill, but the people who live here, but the people who live there still complain. And, like, there's diamonds at the top of the hill where he lives, but it doesn't matter. He still complains and takes over fentanyl and kills the whole world with his Fenty crisis. And, it's kind of funny, you know, you're supposed to fear the evil black crack dealer in the ghetto or whatever. Or at least that's kind of what the news wants us to believe, right? But nah, it turns out it was Rich Whitey up there in the fucking mansion, as usual.
For the Sacklers to keep milking their cash cow. In 2016, an LA Times investigation into Purdue's child company, Mundy Pharma, suggested that it's gearing up to take on international markets.
Monday Farmer?
In response, US lawmakers
Monday Pharma?
Letter to the World Health Organization, warning the intents of the company owned by the Sackler family. In 2018, the
Sackler family.
obtained a patent for a drug which is used to treat opioid addiction. Ironically, they might make even more money from the crisis they helped create.
Yeah, who makes money off of Narcan? Who makes money off of Narcan, right? Is it the Sackler family? It's like not only are they selling the drug that causes the overdose, they're also selling the drug that gets you out of the overdose. It's like they sell the problem and the solution. I'm Toxic Thrashers every single time I log in. Ugh. No. 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 Indeed. Indeed. Oh, I need to spin this because it's hard to get to. I like their building system the best, actually. It's kind of weird, but I do. I think it's superior to Rust. The building is pointless, but if it wasn't pointless, like in Fallout 6 or something, it'll be really good. Because it's not pointless, you know? Look, so now... I got flashing trees, which has to do with a certain way that I'm looking, I guess. It's still getting good frames, kinda, but not really. I don't know. I'm noticing that the trees really glitch a lot of the time. Maybe I should just go high everything. Because, like, the display is messed up. It like, actually is. It's messed up. Yeah. Like, everything's stupid. I'm gonna bump to high just because I feel like it's glitchy if you don't, you know? And I'm gonna log out here. Quit desktop reload. Yep. Now, gotta make sure that, I am online, public. Yes, very good. Very good, very good. Fallout 76. Good, good, good. We come here and we say, yes, and mute, and, mini player. Now, I see a black screen. Oh. Yeah? Wow, that's what you did? But, I mean, I set you correctly. That's what you did? Wow. Well, let's fix it. I don't know why you are doing that. I mean, I don't know. What happened here? Like, you were supposed to work. Oh, no, it was working. I just closed the title. Yeah, it was. There we go. Okay, yeah. Oh, I logged to the wrong character. Oops, I'm gonna log out. Am I on the wrong character? No. Well, the trees aren't shining. Okay, good. The trees aren't, like, shining anymore, which is good. And the game looks better.
Happy holiday and a loading. Happy New Year.
Game looks better, but not, like, you know, the frames are still good. That's good. I'm gonna change how this works, because I barely use those, but I do use Psychotats and Med-X, and so I will put the drugs on my bar. The shadows are messed up. I'm gonna bump those shadows to high, and I'm gonna relog because the shadows are fucked up now. And I don't care. Protocol timeout. That's okay. Okay, load again. Look how much I have to reload clients every single day. Imagine if I made $1 every time I reloaded a client. Wouldn't that be amazing? If I could sue them for $1 every time I had to reload a client? I really would like to do that. I'd like to sue you for $1 for every time I had to reload a client. Oh my god. I'm just kidding. I won't sue you for changing settings. That's not your fault. That's my fault. Now, why did you turn sideways again? It seems weird. Seems weird. Oh, well. So, there. Wait. Oh, it's a storm? It is a storm. Ah. Okay, I want to try something here. 107. What do I hit for now? Where is he? Come here. Oh my god. That does not do that much more. So, okay, I'm learning. So, we're gonna go in the shelter away from the storm, because that's too much. It's too loud and fucking busy. Everything looks pretty good. How's that? I came in here. I'll go visit him because he's got weapons for sale and plans. I'll do it right now because it's 1 cap. Or well, no. What did I come in here for? I came in here. Oh yeah, I want to take a look at the shadow rings, but I came in here because I wanted to do something. I can't remember what though. Oh, I can't remember. What did I come in here for? Oh well. I got distracted. That's fine. Play Tanix can't. Nice. Wow. Except I gotta revisit now because you put me... I'll just go to Camp Liberty or whatever. Yeah. So I'll just run over there. It's fine. Or maybe I'll take another load. I'll take another load and see if it puts me in a good place first. Because it's still probably faster. Still probably faster than running. See if it gives me a good spot now. Wow. Wow. Dope as fuck. I love it. Except now I can't do that jump. Oh my god. I like your base, but wow. How do you get in this motherfucker? Is there a door down here? No, it's like a Rust raid base. That's interesting. It's still doing that shadow ring. And I don't know why. I want to destroy my prefs file and start over. Oh. Weenie wagon, canned dog food, nice. Where is your vendor? You should have put it in that room. Hello. Yeah, there we go. I'm trying to come to your vending machine. Furious shish kebab for 900. I can't afford it. We'll take these ones. Wow.
Yeah, boss is around here somewhere.
Pharmaceuticals who started pushing this stuff. It's just a horrible.
Oops.
In March 2019, Purdue settled yet another lawsuit. This time, the company agreed to pay $270 million to the state of Oklahoma for its part in the opioid epidemic. The Sackler family was not called by name as the defendant. However, perhaps in order to not be called to testify, the Sackler family has voluntarily pledged $75 million to the National Center for Addiction Studies at Oklahoma State University. The company is currently said to be considering bankruptcy in the midst of thousands of lawsuits in order to protect their assets. In total, a separate collection of about 1,600 lawsuits are being carried out from various levels of government. The Sackler name was kept far away from their products, and OxyContin wasn't called OxySackler on purpose.
No.
But now the world is waking up.
We're here to call out the Sackler family who've become synonymous with the opioid crisis. The family who made billions off the bodies of hundreds of thousands.
Protesters have begun assembling and organizing against the Sacklers. In February 2019...
Yeah, they're starting to be like, okay, well, you're the cause of the problem, and I think they kind of are. I hate to say it, but I think they kind of are. Suddenly, overnight, it was common to see people on pills, and it wasn't like that before. I think that was one of the more evil things mankind's ever done. Pills. Oh, look at the shitty shadows. Oh, I don't know, fixed now.
Protesters. Prescription papers fell from the balconies, symbolically as carelessly as doctors on the Sackler payroll once wrote them. The chant, "Shame on Sackler," echoed throughout the streets of New York as angry groups gathered. It now seems that the Sacklers' favorite domain, the art and museum world, has now been overtaken by people who have had enough. In 2019, one by one, art galleries around the world began to reject their work. The National Portrait Gallery in the UK announced that it would be rejecting a $1.3 million donation from the Sackler Trust. London's State Museum and New York's Guggenheim Museum both announced that any further donations from the Sacklers will not be accepted. As far as outrage against the Sacklers goes, the deeper story is more nuanced. Most of the Sackler descendants are involved in philanthropic work, organizing various charities and well-meaning causes. Some have never owned any shares in Purdue but bear the Sackler name. Should the descendants, some of whom have no interaction with Purdue apart from collecting their checks, which some estimates put as high as $1 billion per year, be held accountable? The publication, The New Yorker, puts forward a good argument that the money received from ill gains should go to measures to counter the impact that they had. For example, John D. Rockefeller founded Standard Oil, which was later broken up into massive oil companies such as Chevron, ExxonMobil, and BP. The descendants of Rockefeller have used some of their fortune to fund resources involved in climate change and audit the company's harms due to their enormous moral responsibility. Should the Sacklers do the same?
Yes.
The last of the 3 original Sackler brothers who started the company back in the 1950s died in 2017. However, Richard, who ran the Purdue company, and other Sackler members who have served on the board are still alive and being sued. All of these settlements seem like pennies on the dollar for a company which reportedly earned $35 billion in revenue from OxyContin and further fueled an epidemic which has killed over 200,000 people since 1997. One senator even described the settlements as an expensive license for criminal misconduct. Sure, the Sacklers are not solely responsible for the opioid epidemic. A range of other drugs were available both pharmaceutical and on the street, and there were other factors too, but their large role in the entire crisis is undeniable. Perhaps there's a silver lining though. The US government has taken the first steps to addressing the issue on a national level. Emergency response tools such as Narcan nasal spray have saved countless lives in emergency overdose situations. Drugs such as buprenorphine and methadone, combined with psychological help, are often used to treat patients addicted to opioids. Meanwhile, researchers in Canada are finding that 30% of medicinal cannabis patients use the drug as a substitute for their previous opioid addictions.
Yep.
2014 study found that deaths from opioids were 25% lower.
Yep, if it wasn't for the vape, I'd be dead. I would be smoking meth and heroin on the streets. I know I would be. The vape is the best thing in the entire situation. The marijuana on the vape. The marijuana vape is the best thing in the entire situation. I'd be dead without it. Thank you. I wear this around my neck like an albatross. It's there every day, but without it, oh my god! Just like the ring. The ring represents my sobriety, and the pen is how my sobriety, right? Because I drink and I smoke weed, but I don't do hard drugs, and I consider myself sober because they're like these things, they don't harm me. You know what I'm saying? They help me. You know, and these go hand in hand like sex, and they go hand in hand. Without the vape, I'd never have the ring.
As cannabis. In total, it's a complicated issue and it's going to be a long road.
It is.
But understanding addiction and creating medical reforms that make it harder for companies to lie about their drugs will be key in future change. Credit and a bit of thankfulness must be given to the countless people who are trying to help those affected by this horrible crisis. Hospital staff, charity workers, local police, fire departments, social workers. In their own way, they all help save lives every day.
Yep.
But it is evident now, more than ever, the effect that the Sackler family has had on the world. Depending on how long the opioid crisis continues, we still may not know the full and true extent of the Sacklers' efforts. Ironically, Arthur Sackler once told his children, "Leave the world a better place than it was when you came in."
Oh my god.
If you've ever seen a bigger case of hypocrisy, please let me know.
No.
The Sacklers that were involved in creating an opioid epidemic cared more about their profits than they did about their patients, the very people they were meant to help. It may be too late to bring those responsible to justice or completely heal from the impact that their actions had on the world, but it's not too late to stop this kind of thing from happening again in the future. For the last 30 years, the Sacklers had a secret, but not anymore, and now you all know it too. So that wraps up our look at the Sackler family.
Damn it,
and
I
their
have to
role
cook.
in the opioid crisis.
Ugh.
If you do know anyone going through this, I'm sorry, and I hope things get better for them.
Yep.
I think decriminalizing it has definitely enabled people. You can see it. You see the overdoses, you know, the spike in fentanyl, you know, like trank is a thing now. I mean, it's getting pretty serious. It's to be seriously addressed here. I mean, it's like a war zone.
Do you think recriminalizing drug use and possession will help your situation as a business owner downtown?
I think it will initially help it, but do I think it's really the help we need in the long run? I'm not sure. It's like we need to have a better path to recovery and a path where you're forced into recovery sometimes. You can't just keep committing, and then there's no repercussion to it. Like if you die in public, you should have to go to recovery. Sure. That should be like, that's my bottom line.
I need treatment and help, and I think there's still a lot of hope for them. I just don't think open use is healthy by any means for anybody. I don't think you give up on people.
What has happened here since 2020 is insane. I have feelings for these people. I care. But at the same time, I pay taxes, a lot of money to be here, and we need to be able to run a business.
Yeah, I pay a lot of money to be
the
here.
collapse of the United States of America?
Yeah, you know,
Think so?
it looks like it's happening right before our eyes.
How we deal with drug addiction needs to be completely different than the way we're doing it now. So that's sad.
We're going to try to figure it out. Everyone seems to be in pretty unanimous agreement that criminalizing homelessness and putting people in jail is probably not the solution, but decriminalizing it and facilitating enabling drug use is also probably not the solution. There's something a little bit more nuanced here. The solution's
284
somewhere
right
in the middle, it
arm.
seems. But what do the local drug addicts think about the recriminalization of the drugs they use on a daily basis? I met up with local street photographer Tara, aka Cocaine Michelle, to talk with some of the addicts downtown. All right, take the lead.
Let's go across the street into the gates of Chinatown.
Seems like Chinatown in every city out here has a lot of drug use and homelessness.
If you want Portland back, do you?
Sure.
Great. Portland, Chinatown, that's the devil's playground.
But how much has the devil's playground changed since the last year I've been here? Has it gotten better or worse? Do you think it should be a crime to use drugs?
No, it saves lives.
If it was regulated, you know, that it would be clean, it would be dosed right, kind of like marijuana, and because people are going to do it anyway.
There's people that you never ever will, they never ever will quit using it unless they go to prison.
And the harm reduction you've seen out here that saves some lives, in your opinion?
I need to get with Governor Tina Kotek and put up 3 radio towers around the whole TriMet system map. It's a drop in her pocket. I want to get with the local 29 Ironworkers Union, get that up in air for college radio. God forbid, natural.
Sorry. Mix a drink.
The apocalypse is impending?
No, man, I'm talking about like, you know, there's volcanic activity and stuff like that and earthquakes.
It seems to be same old Portland, but a little less densely populated with tents.
They get shuffled around.
So for instance, I'm pretty certain I've talked to some people right here.
It's a pretty hot spot for drug use.
Question for you, sir. We're trying to talk to the public and figure out their thoughts on the recriminalization of drugs out here in Portland. What was your name?
I'm Jay.
Jay? I'm convinced we've met before. My name's Tyler. Jay, good to meet you. Jay, what are you shooting up here? Xylazine? No.
Good old-fashioned white boy meth.
I'm
Probably about
convinced I literally met you
White boy meth.
here like 10 months ago.
Yeah, September when I was out there in front of the subway.
Okay.
I was getting real sick. Matter of fact, a couple days before I wound up going back to the hospital, and they'd taken a couple of my toes, and yeah, so you know, it's a recriminalization. It never should have been decriminalized to begin with.
Okay.
It gives, you know, look what happened when they did decriminalize it. They really didn't give it enough time to. They're just now getting these programs up and running.
Got it.
You had COVID going on. They didn't have the basis to decriminalize and get what they wanted out of all that. This is ridiculous what's going on out here. And you could see the route the dope boy took from fucking overdose to overdose down through the block. You had one up here, you had one over here on this corner, you had one down there on the bottom corner. Fire department didn't even know which one to get first.
Do you carry Narcan with you out here?
No, I don't believe in it.
Yeah.
You know, they want to fix this problem. Stop giving these kids Narcan.
Let them die?
The problem will fix itself.
That's interesting. That's a pretty Darwinian way to look at it. Here, have you seen people die on these streets?
In the last 3 years, I've seen well over 200 people that I know personally die from fentanyl overdose.
What do you think can be done to save lives out here? Stop these deaths?
I don't know. I really don't.
Are harm reduction services handing out foil like they used to?
No, they
Not
don't.
anymore?
No, they say they don't really have any resources for anybody.
Okay. Ran out of money?
I don't know what their problem is.
I don't know what their problem is.
Was completely full of tents like last week.
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
It seems like I'm looking at familiar faces down there.
Up the river.
They don't disappear.
Up the river. They always go up the river. Like, they always go up the river. There's some river. They go up the river.
Some of them obviously die. But it seems like one spot to the next to the next.
The drag, you know, I kind of think that Oregon should follow in the footsteps of some of these other countries that they've actually decriminalized a lot of stuff.
Portugal?
Yeah, Portugal, Sweden, you know, some of those countries over there. Send a group of people over there to check that stuff out. Quit checking out shit out here on the street because everybody's just going like this in circles chasing their tail. Go over there and just check it out and see how things went. And we could learn some stuff from maybe some of those countries that were able to do that.
I agree. But before I go to Portugal, I want to first teleport to Amsterdam. You see, people from all over the world come to Amsterdam to do drugs and have a good time doing them. I'm mainly talking about weed, cocaine, LSD, and ecstasy. But in the 70s, they experienced a heroin epidemic.
The master is heroin, and virtually everyone you see here comes to buy, sell, or use it. Nearby, junkies inject each other in broad daylight.
I've never seen anything that is as concentrated as this. I've never seen anything as open as this.
The problem has become so bad that police officials and politicians admit privately the battle is lost. The city of Amsterdam is slowly moving away from a policy of prohibition to one of accommodation,
leading them to adopt harm reduction in the 80s at the height of the crisis, and were the first in the world to implement a safe needle and syringe exchange program. They were, at the time, the red-headed stepchild of drug policy in Europe, but now many look to Amsterdam as an example of drug policy done right, including a lot of Portland activists that fought for the decriminalization of drugs in the first place. Before I talk with some of the experts who explain their laws and why they believe they work, what do the locals here think about these laws, drug use, and if there are real problems with drug addiction and homelessness like you see in the States? Do you think they should sell heroin at coffee shops?
Yes.
It's a little bit too far, I think.
What do you think?
I think everything from, you know, marijuana, cocaine, sometimes in like places where you can control it, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Use Molly and cocaine. Is it pretty easy to get your hands on out here?
personally, I wouldn't know, but
Hey, I'm not a Fed.
yeah. But I would never. You know.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah.
Actually? Despite Amsterdam being a known drug tourism hub with over 160 plus coffee shops, basically little weed dispensaries, it's important to realize that all drugs, including even weed, are illegal, yet possession of less than 5 grams of ganja was decriminalized as of 1976, and the use of other drugs like cocaine, hash, magic mushrooms, and ecstasy is mostly tolerated, and if you get caught by the police, they can confiscate them, but you won't get fined as long as it's in small amounts. Basically, recreational use warrants a slap on the wrist, if that. It's illegal, but people do it and no one cares. On top of that, Amsterdam also has drug testing labs where you can test the purity of the drugs you want to use to have a good time and get the results instantly. Did you come here to use drugs?
Yes.
So, like Molly?
Yes.
Anything else?
No. Once only.
Molly?
Yes.
Did you like it?
No, but because I am a runner. But fun to try is okay. But in my opinion, it's bad.
Are you on Molly right now?
Yes.
Oh. Yet despite
Yes.
Amsterdam's extremely accepted relationship of drugs, be hard-pressed to find a drug addict living in a tent outside or smoking fentanyl or heroin on the streets like you would in the US. But why?
I would say I don't do drugs, and I don't think they should be legal.
Yeah, me as well, actually.
For me, I think it's bad, especially for like the people that want to come here and like enjoy Amsterdam. But
People just high out of their minds out here?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, ruins the purity of the experience out here a little bit? Okay, what about you, man?
For me, it's fine actually, but as I said before, it's not my opinion. I don't support that. But we also support freedom.
Do you need water?
No.
Oh, okay, you're good. So you're high right now?
Yes.
Oh, I know that. How was your trip? Do you feel good right now?
Yes. Now I use jam. Yes. Okay. Today I don't smoke, so I am okay, and it's not very strong the effect.
Hey, well, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Want to give you a fist bump? Good to meet you.
Ciao, thank you.
He's too high to know.
Hi, ciao, see ya.
We have
It's
a mayor
okay.
right now who wants to decriminalize soft drugs, marijuana, cocaine, party drugs, essentially. I think there's a lot of logistics that need to be figured out with decriminalizing them.
Why do you think the U.S. has such severe drug problems compared to the Netherlands or Amsterdam in this case?
Maybe a mentality of, a war against versus working with people here.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with the drugs.
Okay.
If everything can be legal, it's my opinion.
Do you guys have any big drug problems here in the Netherlands?
I don't think so. Maybe there is, in some places, there is a little bit more problems than other places. But
Sure. It's very clean. Very few people seem to be on the streets dying. We'll start off with what drugs, if any, do you think should be legal, if any?
Antibiotics, mild painkillers, muscle relaxants, antihypertensives.
Maybe, some of them definitely should be legal, but not all of them. Maybe light drugs like weed or, I don't know.
Like some mushrooms,
mushrooms, yeah, or something.
What are your thoughts on, let's say, heroin?
It should be illegal, I think, because it destroys people's lives. So
Most cardiac meds,
I don't agree.
anti-seizure meds, insulin.
Oh, wow. All right. You got a full list.
I'm a nurse.
Drugs ruin people's lives. Putting people in jail for drugs ruins their lives worse.
Okay. Let's talk about, I guess, OxyContin, fentanyl. Those are medically...
They're narcotics. Would I want them legalized? They are legal in the U.S. with a prescription. I would assume it's the same here.
Let's say it was legal, regulated, safe. Would that be better for a society or group of people that already is addicted to it and dying off of it?
It is a paramedic. Fentanyl should never be legalized.
Okay.
It's a killer. Now, marijuana, yes.
What about fentanyl? Fentanyl.
I don't really know what this is.
Okay, that's crazy.
Fentanyl. I don't even know what that is, Labelle.
Really? Where are you guys from?
They don't even know what that is.
The UK.
Yeah, they have no idea it's even happening to us. They have no idea.
Leeds.
And you guys are high?
Yeah, they're from Leeds.
High right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, we just smoked, yeah. But they have no idea what fentanyl is. I love this.
Okay, on weed?
Yeah.
Because their government didn't kill them with it.
think anything harder than weed should be legal?
Like what though? Like heroin?
Let's say like coke, heroin, ecstasy.
Coke, because coke's like aggressive, gets you like aggressive in it. So probably maybe psychedelics.
Yeah.
I think anti-abortion stuff has shown that yes, you can ban things, but banning it only pushes it underground and makes it more expensive and more dangerous.
Let me ask you this then. Should fentanyl be legal without a prescription, let's say?
I'm going to say no.
Take the head off the snake.
Okay.
And you have to go to the source where it's coming from and get rid of the source.
So obliterate the cartel, obliterate these manufacturing plants.
That would be wonderful if we could.
Do you guys have any drug problems here in Amsterdam?
Yeah.
What have you seen?
Lots of
Yeah.
Those old people want the war on drugs. They want the fucking knocking on the doors and the fucking busting drug labs and all the stupid ass drug war. I fucking hate them so much, and I can't wait for their generation to die. There's only 2 people left in their generation that I respect anymore, and those are my parents. That's it. I can't wait for their generation to die and their chokehold on our fucking country and our planet to fucking end, and for their war on drugs to end, and their fucking war on the poor to end, and their war of sorrow and their 70-year war to end. I want their with their dead bodies. I want it to end with their dead bodies. I want their generation's fucking chokehold on the legality of drugs to fucking end. I want their 100-year war to fucking end. I want their 100-year war to end, and I can't wait until their generation fucking dies. I can't wait. I count every day. I love my parents, and I don't want them to die, but I want their generation to fucking die. I want their war on the poor, their war on poverty, and their war on drugs to end. I want their war of sorrow to end. It's a war of sorrow because you wage war on your own people, and we hate you for it. I fucking hate their generation. I want them to fucking die. I can't wait for them to die. I want Joe Biden and Trump to die. I want them all to die. I'm fucking sick of their war on the poor and their war on poverty and war on people. You know, their war on the poor. You know, and their war on people. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of those old fucking dinosaurs fucking funding and supporting the war on the poor. I will not fucking stand by it. Fuck them. Can't wait for you to die. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait for you to die. Fuck you guys.
Especially the tourists.
A lot of drug tourism?
Yeah.
What do they do?
We're counting the days. You've had this war on the poor for 100 years. I say fuck you. Can't wait to see you in your graves. Can't wait to see it. I can't wait. You know, I gotta wait another 30 years to see it too. I've gotta wait another 30 years to fucking see it, but I'll live. I swear to God, every day I'm like, I will live to see the end of their war of sorrow, their war on the poor. The war on drugs. I can't wait for them to fucking die. I don't value their politicians. I don't value their people. I don't value the Americans who wanted this war. I think of them as the enemy. I think of them as way more dirty than any Russian or Chinese person combined or anything like this. Like their old people, they're scared to death of China and Russia and shit. I'm scared to death of the old people. I'm scared to death of Joe Biden and Trump. I'm scared to death of the rich white man. I'm scared to death of the old people. I'm scared to death of them. They've had a war on the poor and a war on drugs as long as I've been alive. You know what I'm saying? And it's just going to keep on going for twice as long as I live. And I hate them. I fucking hate them. Fuck them. To me, they're the traitors that killed the human race. They're the alien, double, weird, fucking crazy serpent pentathium people that really wanted their fellow human beings to fucking suffer all of our lives, and I consider them to be traitors to the human fucking race, and I can't wait for their dinosaur fucking asses to kick the fucking bucket and get the fucking boots off the fucking neck of the black people, get their boot off the neck of the poor whites, get their boot off the neck off the drug addicts and the poor people and the war on the poor and all this. Get your fucking boot off my fucking neck, you fucking dinosaur cocksuckers. I fucking hate you and cannot wait for you to fucking die.
Just do.
Your war on drugs is a war on the poor. I say fuck you. You're not American. You're not humans.
Drugs. I don't spend money on good food.
Yep.
Only on
drugs. Yep.
I see. Do you guys think most recreational drugs that aren't, let's say, heroin or maybe even coke should be legalized?
Yes.
No.
Yes. These guys are idiots. They've been brainwashed by the fucking war on the poor. It happened to everybody in the world. These guys are fucking idiots. I'd say it to their fucking faces. They don't have any, but they don't know hundreds of people dead from the war on drugs. They don't know. They got a nice sheltered life. You can see it in their clothes and their you know, their mannerisms and stuff. Nice middle class sheltered people who have no fucking idea that there's a war on the poor. They're clueless pieces of shit. They're not pieces of shit. Their ignorance makes them pieces of shit, in my opinion. But they're not pieces of shit. They're just ignorant.
I just did it once, twice.
Like those idiots in Leeds who had no idea what fentanyl is.
It was good, but I personally, I have a friend who it started like this once per week, and then it was literally every day or every 2 days. He lost control. In just 2-3 months, he became an addict. In the beginning, I say no, everybody can be safe from that, but then with the
He shows a picture of Elon smoking weed.
times pass, you see the reactions, the excuses, the eyes.
What drugs do you think should be legal, if any?
Should be legal, and mushrooms and marijuana.
Mushrooms and marijuana, that's it. I think you should be illegal. You see how you like the war on the poor. I think you should be illegal the way they made me illegal. Just for being high, I was like essentially against the law. It was like against the law for me to be alive, and when I was a drug addict, it was kind of insane. And so I kind of want you to suffer a little bit like we did, so you understand how bad this is. Shut the fuck up with your fucking ignorant ass. I know a lot about your country's problems, but you don't know anything about mine?
I don't think so.
Would you ever do
I don't think so.
cocaine?
No.
No.
That's madness.
Doing a drug is madness.
Would you ever do Molly?
No. The best solution
How would he know what Molly was?
for all these problems is to allow people more or less to use. But the problem is
Molly is a funny word. When they say Molly, I think an amalgamation of fentanyl, cocaine, and opioids, right? And like you say Molly, and I don't think ecstasy. I don't think pure ecstasy has been around for 20 years or something like that. I know because I've done a lot of it. And pure ecstasy disappeared way back in like 2004 or something like that. And whatever you think you're doing when you're doing ecstasy is not ecstasy. It might have some MDMA in it, but it's mostly fucking, you know, like amalgamation of like 7 different drugs. And so when you say Molly, I think, do you do hard drugs? And of course the guy's gonna say no. No, he doesn't do hard drugs. The only people I've ever met who did Molly were people who did hard drugs, you know, or well, I'm sorry. Now there was the ravers who only did ecstasy. It didn't even smoke weed, you know. That's very rare. But I've never met anybody who you know who did Molly who didn't also do other hard drugs. Really, it's kind of weird, you know.
became bigger and bigger. It's going to be a health issue, and not only in Amsterdam.
I don't want to put you in a spot here. I'm not a Fed either. Where do people get their drugs if they're not buying off the streets out here?
Other people.
Other people.
Personally, I don't really do drugs.
I don't do drugs. I'm against drugs.
I mean, I don't do drugs.
Radio, you muppets.
I know.
It's a radio, you muppets. It's a radio, you muppets.
I don't really do drugs.
I don't do drugs. I'm against drugs.
No, he's drunk. He's drunk. He probably doesn't do drugs.
It's a radio, you muppets.
It's a radio, you muppets.
I know people who do, obviously, and you just get people.
It's a radio, you muppets.
You muppets.
I know people who do, obviously.
Blow into what?
And you just get people's phone numbers, social medias.
I've seen like the Telegram group chats too.
Yeah, there's a lot of drugs and stuff. Telegram group chats and all that, yeah.
Phone numbers, social medias.
I've seen like the Telegram group chats.
What can this bot do? Cocaine, ecstasy, MDMA, Tussie, ketamine, cash payment, Bitcoin equals scam, send a message for our prices. Tap here to use this bot.
The Bitcoin, I don't know if that's a scam, but
yeah, there's ways.
Yeah.
Well,
probably about 9/10 of it is scam. I'd be surprised if any of them are actually supplying real product, because they could go to jail for that. Why would they do that when they could just rip you off for the money? Who cares about ripping off drug addicts? I don't think the cops do. These things don't even attack. It's weird. So I dropped. I want DR. I want Barbarian. I think that's actually a better one. Yeah, I take too much damage.
Based on current number of registered naughty children, this unit is suffering from a severe gold shortage.
Give people safe needles.
Okay.
For free. Condoms for free. Abortion for free.
What
Yeah.
drugs do you think should be legal,
Abortion for free.
if any?
I think they've done well with the legalization.
He's like, there's too many people on the planet, and I tend to agree. Give abortions for free, please, because we have too many people. We got too many people here who are not being taken care of, and that's why we have so many school shootings and all this other problems with mental health and all this. Is these people are not getting enough tender love, tender loving care from the community. It's not just your parents. It's the whole community needs to love you and be there, for your education, and be in the schools with you, and drink in the bars with you or whatever, and and all this stuff. Like it takes a community to raise a human being. And now these people like sit in their houses all of their lives like me and sit on the internet. And I don't know, it's not, I didn't do that my whole life, but I do it now. I did not do that my whole life until I was 39. I did not sit and do video games 24/7. I did not do that until I was like 39. Like for 7 years of it, I didn't even like have a home. I was like transient on the streets. I just kept moving everywhere. I moved like 65,000 times or something. It's just insane. It was like sometimes 2 or 3 times a day I would end up in like from the streets to a couch to a hotel room in the same day. It was just kind of weird. I moved a lot. I kept enough possessions that I could do it by slamming them in my trunk. I would bring out like my monitor, my laptop, a backpack, 2 bags, and a suitcase, and I would throw it all in my trunk and move somewhere else that day. And so I was just transient for 7 years, and now I want to sit inside all day and play video games, but I didn't do that for 40 years, I think these kids start at the age of 10 now,
This here, how you can only smoke it in certain places, and you're not allowed to smoke it out in public.
Yeah, why not like just add a lot of rules. Like just add a lot of rules. Make it legal, but add a lot of rules. Like you could have it basically the same as being illegal. Like the only place that you can get high on cocaine is, like a cocaine bar where they have like bouncers that will, suppress you and stuff if you're acting crazy. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. I think they're a good idea because it sort of provides a safe place to do them, and so you're not, getting them from dodgy people. I think other drugs, when you start going into harder stuff, can start to get a bit dangerous. I think they've hit the nail on the head here, to be honest, with the rules and the laws around drugs.
Were you here during the heroin crisis in the 70s?
I was in the small street there, Dam Street. There was a student bar. I was a bouncer there. I had to fight the junkies. So they came inside our pub, and then they asked for a coffee, and then you wait 5 minutes, and suddenly you saw they went to the toilet, and the spoon of the coffee was gone.
Okay.
So you knew what was going on.
Of course.
I've been attacked by them with knives, and
you were pretty buff back then?
Yeah.
You've been attacked with knives by junkies, have you? Oh, these thrashers do attack, but I'm hitting them so hard that they're getting stunned.
Gathering presents. Loading gear.
45 DR is really good. It's like having another set armor piece. So, paid to kill. Eh. Well, it's cheap to visit his camp. Or, well... Oh, yeah. Isn't there, like, a free... Yeah, the trading post is free, isn't it? It is. So I can jump there. Oh. I know what I'll do.
James surely must have caught up with Miss Jewel by now. I should prepare something nice for their return.
Yeah, 11 caps is cheap enough, and it's free to come back, so...
Back or tackle them, or what?
No,
Free Palestine hat, nice. Save lives, stop Zionism, boycott Israel, free Palestine.
I grabbed them, lift them up, and walked them out and put them on the street.
What do you think solved the heroin crisis back then? Why don't I see many drug addicts on the streets out here today?
Well, we got the special, they get needles and places where they can safely inject.
I see.
I think that if you have replacement things, which also give you a nice boost, you can easily quit the heavy ones, you know? And also the...
Like methadone, Suboxone?
Yeah, methadone is the word I was looking for.
Okay.
I think all with all, many countries follow the Dutch approach.
What advice do you have for the United States to reduce the opioid overdose deaths?
Give everybody who is in jail for weed, you know, for soft drugs, freedom again, immediately. The country with 330 million people walking around, you know, the big 10 cities around California, in California, like Los Angeles, like people sleep on the streets. What the fuck? You know?
More weed. Weed. Off to the red light district we go. More wisdom shall be found. And while I was trying to interview some people in the red light district, I walked up to this dude. He asked me if I wanted to buy some ecstasy. So I asked him if I could interview him. He saw the camera and began freaking out.
Hey, don't play it, tell you already.
How we doing? What do you got for sale? MDMA?
I tell you,
You, man.
Hey, I tell you, give me
Alright, so we got this drug dealer trying to sell me MDMA. And he's tweaking on me right now, and he kicked me. Like a little soccer player. You, man. Alright, we're getting out of here. Goober tried to sell me some ecstasy. I denied. I can't believe he kicked me. So in search of...
I can't believe either. In America, you go to jail for that. Probably there, too.
Confirming or denying the reality that drug addicts living on the streets using hard drugs in public here in Amsterdam was near impossible. I pulled up to what used to be the drug epicenter of Amsterdam in the 70s and 80s that used to be rampant with drug use and crime.
Oh, it's reset.
In the 70s, this place was the
Nice.
epicenter of the heroin crisis. A big open-air drug market was right here. Now, not the case. This place is clean, freshly gentrified, nice, decent, solid neighborhood, which goes to show a neighborhood can in fact be recovered. Think of the Skid Rows, the Tenderloins out there. It's not over. It's nice out here. But why? What did they do to fix it? How was it saved? So I met up with Dennis Leahy, director of MDHG, an organization committed to helping drug users, homeless people, and is pushing for the legalization of all drugs. One of your guys' mission statements is to decriminalize most drugs in Netherlands, or what?
Well, the idea is legalize all drugs.
Okay.
Prohibition isn't working. With every product you have, whether it's legal or it's illegal, you have to deal with production, distribution, and consumption. And drugs have always been there. It's a fact of life that people use drugs, even animals use drugs.
But that
I
being
want
said,
that
I want to zoom us back in time
one.
to the 80s.
I want
Talk
that.
about the heroin crisis here in Amsterdam. Tell me, how did Amsterdam come
Greenhouse
to this heroin
store.
crisis?
Yeah, I was in the 70s.
Okay.
First of all, Amsterdam was the middle of the earth at that time. A lot of hippies went to Amsterdam. There was already a lot of experimentation with drugs, with LSD, with cannabis, with hash, and stuff like that. Some of the main causes are
Paid
that
to kill.
drugs coming to New York from China through Marseille, and that chain was shut down, and they moved it to Amsterdam. At the time, Suriname became independent. In former times, it was a colony of the Netherlands. A lot of Suriname people came to the Netherlands because they could get a passport but didn't get the proper job. We had American soldiers who came back from Vietnam and started traveling around Europe and finding a place in Amsterdam. So all these different factors came together and get out of that situation. People cry out for help, start helping them.
And how did you guys do that in the 70s?
First of all, of course it was illegal, but we as an organization didn't reach out to people thinking, oh, you're doing something illegal, so we're gonna punish you or stuff like that. No, we want to help you. I've seen a lot of people being addicted to heroin or base coke for 20, 25 years, never ever gonna quit. And we started helping them with their financial problems, with psychiatric problems, with housing. Great start. Make sure people can sleep inside and have their own place. And then they had all this together, and then they started figuring out, why do I even use drugs? Well, we started thinking about the drug markets themselves. One of the things, of course, was that we started with the coffee shops. Separating cannabis from all the different drug markets was a very good thing to do. But we already started with the coffee shops themselves, having legal distribution points for cannabis, making the consumption legal. People who want to experiment with drugs already got the message from, there's a big difference between heroin and cannabis. So if you want to experiment with drugs and you go to a coffee shop, people who were shooting heroin at the time, they shared their needles. At that time, hepatitis B was a big problem. Exchanging the needles, people would get hepatitis B. Started a program in which people can get easy access to needles, so they didn't have to exchange that anymore.
Dennis's core belief is that the heroin was available regardless. Therefore, giving it to those who are going to use it no matter what in a legally and regulated way.
Me too.
Would then undercut and destroy the black markets.
Please. You want to kill the cartel? Fucking stop your war on drugs, you fucking low IQ pieces of shit, and legalize, you fucking idiots. I'm sick and tired of you killing this many people and causing this much sorrow and killing so many fucking people over your war on drugs. Just legalize or get the fuck out of here, traitors. You back that war on drugs? Any politician in this country that backs that war on drugs, you're dead to me. You're gone. Fuck the Republican Party. Fuck the Democratic Party. Fuck anybody who backs the war on drugs. To me, you're traitors to the human race. Fuck off, you fucking dirty shitheads. You aren't humans to me. You're the worthless garbage that you think we are.
And cause users to avoid using.
You're the worthless garbage. You're the people who cast out the head cornerstone. You're the traitors to the human race. You waged a war against your own people like 9/11. And I will not back your traitor fucking asses any longer.
Dirty, laced heroin sold on the streets. I met up with Hans from Legalize, who believes legalizing heroin and giving it to the addicts for free was an obvious choice for Amsterdam. And what do you do here?
I do many things in the realm of drug policy here. Okay. It should be said, many of them died.
Wow, many things in the... Wow, he happened to randomly nail a drug policy guy. That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. They all stopped injecting.
Okay.
Yep.
Because we found out that smoking
there was smoking.
Much better for your health.
Yeah, smoking's much better than needles. Yep. Like the girl that I dated who was a junkie, she didn't touch needles. Well, she touched needles at the end, but for the 4 years that I saw her be an addict, she never touched a needle, not once. I wouldn't have talked to her if she did, And so what he's talking about is like, yeah, a lot of junkies got smart, stopped using needles. Because, the needle is what kills you. You can smoke heroin all your life and have no problem. I know many people who do. The needle's what kills you. Lines and needles kill you. But smoking, not so much. You'll pass out. There's no overdose from smoking. You'll pass the fuck out. You won't be able to lift the foil anymore or whatever. A needle is like you press the plunger and you overdose, right? I challenge you to try an overdose on heroin if you're smoking it. I challenge you to do it. There's this point where you can't lift the foil anymore or the lighter long before you'll overdose. I'm sorry, but it's true. I was a heroin junkie. I'm not proud of it, but I was a heroin junkie for 2 years and 7 months, and I didn't touch a needle, and I'm absolutely fine. I'm proof of the recovery. I will sit here in front of your goddamn camera. I'm sorry, in front of your television screen or whatever, your cell phone screen. I will sit in front of your screen for 50 more years showing you that it is entirely possible to smoke methamphetamine and heroin and live a totally wonderful life. It is entirely possible. I smoked methamphetamine for 11 years of my life. Not all at once, but, for about 11 years of my life, I was a methamphetamine tweaker. And for 2 years and 7 months, I was a heroin junkie. And I counted every day of it, and I was very aware of what I was doing. And as I sit in front of this camera for another 50 years, right in front of your fucking face, I will show you that hard drugs are absolutely the fuck fine. It's actually the fucking war on drugs that's the problem, and the needle. The needle is the problem. I've seen the needle and the damage done. A little bit of it in everyone.
And we did give them clean syringes, which was a great way to contact them and then tell them like, hey, how are you doing? And,
do you think if they were forced into some forcible rehabilitation, they would have survived?
But we saw most people die after they came out of prison, and you can't keep them in prison for their whole life for consuming something that they want.
How did they?
Yeah, like what? Like they're like these are consenting human beings who just want to get high. You want to throw them in jail for that? I want to throw you in jail for that. I want to throw you in jail for that, traitors. I want to throw you in American pound-me-in-the-ass federal prisons for that fucking war on drugs. I want to put you in jail for that. You know what I'm saying? Fucking traitors to our country. Traitors to the human race.
They die.
It does happen that if people come out of jail, they overdose really quick.
They just are excited to get back to the drug and get straight into it?
Overdose quite quickly, and they go deeper than they've ever been. From there, we started with the experiment together with Switzerland to give away free heroin. Okay. And due to its success, it's now a full program that you just saw the front door of.
So tell me about housing first.
Yeah, like this dude knows what the fuck he's talking about. Wow, it's rare. Usually it's oldies who are like, yeah, war on drugs, hee. They don't even think about what it does to their kids. They're like, war on drugs, hee. They like click and they just hang up the phone there. They stop thinking at that point. I swear to God, most of their generation, I hate most of them really deeply and passionately. They enslaved my entire generation with a war on drugs. I fucking hate them. Foaming at the mouth, fucking hate them for it. I hate them for it. I would kill them for it. But you want to talk about mass extermination camps? Yeah, you support that war on drugs? Yeah, I support a mass extermination camp for you. I don't like you. Your fucking fascism? Fuck you. You want to talk about some real, concentration camps? Yeah, those fucking effets who brought the war on drugs. Yeah, I could see a nice concentration camp situation for the rest of their lives. Yeah, I could see that for them. Yeah, I could see the people who brought the war on drugs, all those policymakers and traitors, in our government. I could see them in a concentration camp. That's what I want for them. You want to put me in jail all my life for drugs? I'll put you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it. See how you like it, traitor. Traitor. Fucking traitors. Fucking traitors. You don't stand for America. You stand for the death of the American poor. Traitors.
I think if you don't have a house, then you live a very bad situation.
If you don't have a house, you have a bad situation. You're fucked. You know what I'm saying? And we are way, way, way too accepting of how many homeless we have. And you think that war on drugs is good? No. I'll put you in jail for committing the war. Yeah. I'll put you in jail. I've seen the needle and the damage done of the Sackler family and beyond. I've seen it. And I blame you. It wasn't because we all got high. It's because you put us all in jail for it, you fucking traitors. You dirty, shitty, anti-American, fucking debt to the poor traitors. I fucking hate you. You're not Americans. You fucking traitors. I wouldn't walk the same streets as you. To me, you're garbage. Worthless. You support that war on drugs? I support you being in a concentration camp. See how you like it. See how you like it. I mean, what would you call these jails that all these fucking drug addicts went to? And all these people selling crack and all this shit? I would say it's a concentration camp. That's what you did to them. You put them in concentration camps like Hitler. And I would like to see you see the same thing. I'd like you to see how you like it. See how you like going to jail for fucking a simple thing like the war on drugs. Let's see how you like it going to jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it a little bit. I think you guys got to sit up there with your 5 mansions and 3 cars and shit for 50 years with your dinosaur fucking asses running the Congress into the fucking ground as you kill us all. And yeah, I don't like you. I don't consider myself the same part of the same human race as you. I consider you to be fucking traitors. You back that war on drugs. You put our people in the fucking jails. You back that war on drugs. I won't vote for you. I'd sooner see you in jail. I'd sooner see your traitor ass in jail. I'd sooner see you in jail than anybody who does drugs. You know what I'm saying? Your war on drugs did not work. It's caused way too much goddamn damage, and I would like to see you in jail over it. You put me in jail. I've been in jail many times over drugs. I'd like to see you in jail for the war on drugs. You know? I would. I'd like to see anybody who supports it in jail, essentially. See how you like it. I'm only asking for exactly what you did to me. Eye for an eye. You put me in jail for drugs, I'll put you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it. See how a little bit of pushback a little bit, huh? I know you like to shit on us and put your boot on our neck all the time with your Republican, right-wing, conservative, fascist, law and order, fucking fascist asses, you know what I'm saying? With your pro-war on drugs and your anti-fucking women and anti-black people, fucking like anti-people, anti-poor traitor fucking asses. And I'd like to see how you like jail. I saw jail over drugs. I'd like to see you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it. You know what I'm saying? You turn your own people into fucking jail. To fucking jail. Are you wicked? You're fucking wicked. You are wicked. You put your own people in jail for doing drugs. For doing drugs. You are wicked. You deserve the same prison you gave them. Tell me I'm wrong. I would make the same argument to God. You deserve the same prison you put us into. I would make the same argument to God, straight-faced. I'd be like, if I had to state my case to God, I would say, hey, God, yeah, you kind of committed us to 50 years of a drug war for some fucking reason. Or, hey, American government, you kind of committed us to 50 years of a drug war for some reason. And all our people are crying, and everybody's been hurt by the cold, and the cartels taking over the border, and all this stupid-ass shit that you could easily fucking fix. But nah, you actually want us to die. You have a war on the poor. You have persecuted everybody, including me, somebody whose family came over on the fucking, came over on the boats to fucking popularize this place. American royalty, essentially. I'm America's son. And you put me in jail for drugs. I'll put you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it. It's only fair. You know? You've been, look how those old people just throw out, put them in jail. Yeah, I see how you fucking like it. I'll throw it out too like it's nothing. I'll throw it out like somebody's freedom is nothing too. I'll put you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it. I'll throw your freedom away on a whim. See how you fucking like that. See how you like it. Traitor pieces of shit.
Do heroin, let's say, could maintain a home.
See how you like getting thrown out like a piece of garbage by your own community. You know, the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone kind of stuff. You know, I'm Jesse fucking Pinkman. I'm Jesse Pinkman. I'm the fucking head cornerstone you cast out, threw in jail, and persecuted all my fucking life. And I see you in the same jail for that war on drugs. I'd see you in the same jail. You're dirty. You're complicit. You're way, 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 way worse than Heisenberg and Jesse Pinkman. You're way worse than that. You're the people who fucking hunt them. You're way worse than that. You're garbage beneath their fucking heels. You're the garbage that's worse than the drug dealers. You're the people who persecuted us with the war. You're worse than the drug dealers. You're, in my opinion, you're like literally worse than the drug dealers. You deserve more jail than they do. Jesus Christ, get the fuck out of here with your traitor bullshit. And I'll say it till you listen.
Or given to them is so that's not in conflict with the drug addiction or the habit. That's a common belief.
I'm sorry. I know I never say things that you like. I don't care. I'll say them anyways. I know I never say anything that you like. I'll fucking say it anyways.
And the States.
How would you like to see 50 years in fucking persecution for persecuting us with the war on drugs in the first place? How would you like to see 50 years of sorrow like I saw, or whatever, 30 years of sorrow? Let's see how you like 30 years of sorrow after the war on drugs. You know what I'm saying? See how you like being persecuted for 30 fucking years. Since I was 13 years old, I've been persecuted by your war on fucking drugs. Let's see how you like it, traitors. See how you like that. Oh, you supported the war on drugs. Yeah, that's a mandatory, that's mandatory minimum sentencing of 10 years. I'm sorry, you supported the war on drugs. That's mandatory minimum sentencing for 10 years. I'm terribly sorry. We couldn't get around it when you leveled it at us. So you're not getting around it when I level it at you. There's no lawyers or anything. It's mandatory minimum sentencing. If you supported the war on drugs, you get 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing. See how you like it, traitor.
I really wonder why that is.
The idea of not giving these people free housing, food, and whatever else they need.
Hey, am I wrong? That's what you did to us. That's what you threatened me with. Man, 10 years of mandatory minimum sentencing. I would sue you for the goddamn damage it did to my life. I would sue the city of Denver. You held that shit over my head for fucking like 4 years, like it was a fucking guillotine. I would put you in jail for 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing if you supported the war on drugs in any way or fucking form. You fucking traitors. See how you like 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing. See how you like it, traitor. Give you exactly what you gave us. See how well you deal. See how well you sink or swim like I had to. You know what I'm saying? See how you fucking deal with it, traitors.
It was entirely foreign to the Dutch mind. Perhaps
you support that war on drugs. You aren't an American to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm too progressive at this point. You're Republican and Democrat. You support that war on drugs. You aren't an American to me. You're the part of the problem. You should be in jail like you tried to put us in jail. You're part of the fucking problem. I don't want jail for you any more than I want a jail for myself. I just think it's kind of funny to threaten you with what you kind of laughingly did to me. You know, I think it's funny to laughingly threaten you with what you did to me. I think to you it's your worst nightmare. Well, welcome to my world. It actually happened to me. You know, it actually happened to me. To you, it's just a nightmare. You being thrown in jail for 10 years of mandatory minimum sentencing for committing the war on drugs. That's a nightmare to you. What did you think it was for me? What did you think it was for me? It's good for what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Eye for an eye, bitch. What would what would Jesus do? Eye for an eye or whatever. I don't know what it would be. But I don't know how Jesus... I don't know. With this war on drugs situation, I don't know what Jesus would do. Jesus wasn't there. This was entirely you and the devil.
Hardcore drug addiction was a health problem and not so much an act of criminality or laziness like how many view it in the United States.
One thing you need to understand about drug crises is that the people...
And, the chickens will come home to roost. You support that war on drugs for this long. You put your own people in jail for what, getting high? I consider that to be a betrayal up there with Judas. I consider it to be a betrayal of the utmost fucking terrible consequences and fucking just, ramifications and stuff. You, as an American, betrayed your fellow Americans and threw us all in jail for that war on drugs. And, I would say, you deserve the same 10 years in jail for it. You begin to understand how really scary this fucking reality actually was when I make the same threat against you that you did to me. Do you understand how scary it sounds? I want you in jail for 10 years, mandatory minimum sentencing, if you support the war on drugs. And you'll get an understanding of how really terrible this has been for us. You fucking traitors. You aren't Americans to me. If you back that war on drugs, you're traitors. You're traitors. I will not stand by while the old dinosaurs push their traitorisms right on the public, right on the camera. I will not do it. You guys fucking destroyed us. I will not stand there while you kill my fellow human beings with your traitor anti-drug war. I will not do it. I won't stand by. I mean, I did do it. I've had to stand here, but I will not do it quietly. I will not do it with dignity. I will not call you anything else than what you are. You're a traitor to the human race and America if you back that war on drugs. I'll call you exactly what the fuck you are. Now, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I just hate you. That's the difference. I don't want anything bad to happen to you like you wanted something bad to happen to me. I don't want you in jail for 10 years like you wanted me in jail, right? I'm not evil like you. I don't come from Satan like you. I don't wish jail on my fellow human beings like you. I'm not a piece of shit, right? I like threatening you with it so you understand how bad it's been for us. I like threatening you with it, but I still don't want it for you. It's terrible. A good person wouldn't want that for anybody, especially not their fellow Americans. You fucking balls deep, traitor ass, anti-American, MAGA, piece of shit, cocksucking law and order, fucking fascists. You fucking assholes. I've been harmed by this war. I would have rather have been in World War II or Vietnam. I've been harmed by this goddamn war.
They have a lot of...
I've been harmed worse than those people in the wars were. You know what I'm saying? This hurt us. This killed us. I hate you. I hate everything you represent. You push that war on drugs. You don't get my vote. I don't consider you part of the same country as me. I don't consider you a fellow American. I consider you a traitor and part of the problem. It's called progressive, bitch. I don't support your fucking war on the poor. I'm progressive. Your war on the poor should put you in jail, you fucking traitors.
Problems. About 90 to 95% of the people who come to it.
Everything I've said is true, or I wouldn't say it. You know what I'm saying? Everything I've said is true. You've been traitoring us for too fucking long, and the chickens will come home to roost. You might see a jail cell.
Use the drug as a form of self-medication. It's because of sexual abuse. Fathers who've been beating them up.
Like I did. Many times. You know? See how you like it. Traitor.
As a child already, in youth care, those are the problems.
It's good for the goose.
You need to do something with. When you're dealing with a drug crisis, it's not the drug crisis, it's the people's crisis.
Do you think involuntary rehabilitation or forced rehabilitation is a solution to someone addicted to a hard drug on the streets?
No.
Your target should be
getting them happy, getting them well nourished, getting them to love their lives so much that they don't want to damage it by doing drugs. You see it in the youth all the time. Some youth are happy with their lives and they don't want to fuck it up by doing cocaine or heroin or anything. But no, my generation was hurt by the cold and you cast us all out for doing drugs and all this and imprisoned us. So now we're all kind of crazy and on the streets and kind of fucked up. You see us on the streets all the time, people my age. Totally cracked on drugs, right? Yeah. Because it hurts to be in the same country as your traitor asses. It hurts. It hurts to be thrown in jail for liking drugs. It hurts. I don't understand how you were ever okay with it. I think you're based and not like in some language with sense of the term I'm talking about. I think you're based in terms of your time thinking about this. I think you're a base piece of shit. I think a 5-year-old thinks more about this than the government does.
For a good life. We have a lot of members.
You know, like XKVCD hat guy said, right? Like shouldn't the punishment for being a drug addict be that you're a drug addict? Do we also need to add jail and all this other stuff? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No, your war on drugs, I'd like to see you in jail for it. I'd like to see you in jail for it. I know everybody I ever met except for my family, everybody I ever met has spent the night in jail for possession. Everybody I ever met. I can't think of a person, you know? Everybody I ever met has spent the night in jail for either possession or something around drugs. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. I say imprison the traitors. But I don't want you in jail. But I mean, that's what you wanted for us. So I kind of want you to see what it was like. You wish jail on us for all of our lives. I'd like you to feel that same fear. I don't want you in jail. I want you to feel the same fear that you terrorized us with that war on drugs. I want you to feel the same fear. It would be only right. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. It would be only fair if you were suddenly afraid that you might face 10 years in jail for supporting the war on drugs. You know? You supported the war on drugs. You vote for a politician who did support it. I would like you to see 10 years in jail. You understand how stupid and pointless it is to throw somebody in jail over the war on drugs? Well, I don't think you do until it happens to you, you know? So, yeah, I want you to go to jail for that war on drugs. I want you to see what it was like for us. It's only right, you know? It's to be fair. To be fair. And let's see how you like 10 years in jail for a little thing like doing drugs. You know? Let's see how you like that, traitor.
So just a bit of housekeeping quickly. If this video does well...
I know I say things you don't like. I'm gonna keep saying them until you fucking wake up, you shitty fucking fascist traitors.
Like the Theranos video I did before, and you guys kind of like
your
this
fucking
one
war on your fellow Americans. I don't know what else to call it. You're a traitor. You conducted a war on your fellow Americans. What the fuck else are you? You're a traitor. You're a traitor. You support the war on drugs? You're a traitor. You conducted a war on your own people. You're a fucking traitor. It's literally the definition of the fucking word. You conducted a war on your own people. You're a traitor. You deserve 10 years in jail over it. Just like I almost got for fucking possession of less than a gram of methamphetamine. You held 10 years of jail due to probation violation. And I would like to threaten you with 10 years in jail for supporting the drug war in the first fucking place. It's only fair. It's the exact same horseshit. Neither one of them are logical. So now you understand how bad it's been, you fucking traitors. Legalize or face the same jail that you threatened us with. And no, I'm not voting Republican or Democrat ever again. You're traitors. You're traitors. I'm not voting Republican or Democrat coming up here. No, no, no. Never again. You're traitors. You push the war on drugs and right on your home soil. You watch the people like crumble right in front of you and die on the fucking streets because you're traitors who conducted a war on your own people. What the fuck else would you call it? The war on drugs is a war on America. It's a war on Americans. It's a war on your fellow Americans. I won't call it anything else. And you got to fix it now. I want legalization this year, or you don't ever get a vote for me again. You don't ever get a support from me ever again. I'll call Republicans and Democrats traitors the rest of my life, because that's kind of what you are. That's what you are. You've been supporting that war on drugs. You're traitors. You conducted a war on your own people, and I'm the worst victim of it, essentially. And I'm, I hate you. I hate you. You're not Americans to me. You're traitors. You sit up there in that White Palace that you stole, and you wage war on your own people. You're traitors.
Content, then I think I'll do one of these long-form documentaries.
What I mean, it's the definition of the word. Let's pull it, right? What is the definition of traitor, right? You conducted a war against your own people, in the dictionary, right? Dictionary, right? What is the definition of traitor, right? I mean, I don't know what else to call you, right? You betrayed a friend, a country, or a principle and put your own fellow Americans in jail. You're a traitor. Am I being hyperbolic? No. This is literally what you did. This is what you did. You put me in jail for drugs. You're a traitor. You're a traitor. The definition of the fucking word. You're not American if you support that war on drugs. You support you support the border. You support the war on our neighbors. You support the war on drugs. Pfft, you're a traitor. You're literally the definition of the word. You betrayed your friends, the people who live next door, Mexico. You kind of betrayed a friend. You kind of betrayed your own countrymen. And you betrayed a principle, which is putting your own people in jail. You're literally the definition of a traitor. You've been riding on it safely for 50 years. Somebody should say something. You've been riding on it for 50 years. You've been fucking us, your own countrymen, in the ass for 50 fucking years. You're a traitor and worthless to me. You ride the Congress today as a Republican or a Democrat. You're a traitor. I want you hung. Well, not hung, but fired. No death or violence or anything. Fired. I want you fired. Like you did to me for doing drugs. Like, you know how many jobs I've lost over drugs? I mean, come on, man. See you fired. I want you to lose your job over drugs and see how you like it. See you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it. End it now, and you'll skate with your war crime, and I'll let you live. I'll let you skate. But the longer you fucking wage a war against your own fucking people, you know what I'm saying? The longer you do it, the harder it will be for me to keep you from the things that you wished upon us. You deserve the things that you wished upon us. I've seen jail for your war on drugs, and so I wish the same for you. It's only fair. It's only fair. See how you like your freedom being taken away for a simple fucking thing like drugs. See how stupid it is. I think the only way to make you see how stupid you've been is to take your freedom away and threaten you and persecute you for 30 years like you did for me, until you understand how stupid it is to persecute me for these things. You know? I need you to understand. I yell about this at 4 in the morning because I don't want anybody to hear me. I think I'm going to infect their fucking brains with common sense and logic, and I think they'll conduct their business and potentially put our government in jail. So I yell about this at 4 in the fucking morning because I don't want our government in jail. I need their help. I need you to do this voluntarily, traitors. I need you to stop being traitors now and stop your war against fellow Americans, or you will never get my vote again. You will never get $1 from me. I will fight you in the streets if you take it much further. And your traitorism has been pushed too far. And I don't ever hear anybody talking about this. I don't hear about the people being persecuted by it talking about it. I don't understand why we should take your fucking boot heel on our neck for 30 years in this drug war. I don't know why I should back you anymore. I definitely am not voting for you anymore. I consider you two parties traitors.
Who are still using drugs on a very...
Yeah, and everybody's still getting high. Look how good your fucking war on drugs was. You better legalize today, or I'm not going to consider you humanity anymore. You better legalize today, or you're not humans to me. You're like these demons that spawned from fucking hell that have taken over our goddamn government. Whatever the weird, cracked, conspiracy theorists think, right? I sound crazy like them, but I know that you're just humans with really, really, really bad behaviors that need to be fucking smacked and threatened with the same jail that you threatened us with, and see how you like being threatened with pariah. See how you like being pariahed for the war on drugs. See how you like that. Nobody wanted it. Nobody supported you for it. The taxpayers paid for it because we didn't have an option. You just decided that's how it was going to go and started charging us money so you could empower the big pharma to kill us, like this fucking Sackler family and all this shit. You're complicit with this war crime. It's a war crime to put all of these Americans in jail for possession. It's a war crime. You're complicit. You're lucky you didn't see the gibbet for it. You're a traitor.
Regular basis, and they lead a good life, and the drug use helps.
You're lucky. You skated the fucking noose. You know what we do to the traitors, right? You've skated so far. You better change it soon, or you will not escape the noose. I will hang you in Times Square for supporting this war on drugs and putting so many of my fellow Americans in prison for drugs. I will hang you in fucking Times Square for being a traitor. You know what I'm saying? You're a traitor to me. You're worthless. And you MAGA and the Democrats. You're fucking traitors to me. Get the fuck out of here. You can leave voluntarily and get that boot heel off my fucking neck on purpose and maintain your power. Because I don't care who's in power. You're all traitors to me, right? If you want to keep your fucking power, you better fucking legalize now, you traitor pieces of shit. You traitors. You know what I'm saying? Or I will not back your traitorism anymore. I will fight you in the streets over it.
To have an ordinary life. I think that should be a target.
Yeah, nobody that I know can have an ordinary life, you know?
And you can see if you help people...
With this war on drugs, you have made it abnormal to get high. You are disgusting and deserve the jail that you wished upon all of us. Convince me differently. How do you not deserve worse jail than you threatened us with, you traitors? How do you not deserve worse jail than you threatened us with? Tell me how God wouldn't tell you, or whatever. I'm not going to put words in God's mouth or something like. Tell me how a judge would look at this, right? A judge, I think, is a fair, metaphor, right? How would a judge look at this, right? There was the people who put all the druggies in jail, and then there's all the druggies in jail. Which one's worse? Is it the traitors who put all the druggies in jail? Or is it the poor druggies who are in jail? You know, the nonviolent drug offenders, right? Which one's worse? The traitors who put the druggies in jail or the druggies? Who deserves jail more? Is it the fascists who wished the jail on the people? Or the druggies who were getting high, I think it's the fascists deserve the jail. You like jail so much? Fine, go there. You like jail so much that you want to put your fucking fellow Americans in jail for drugs? Fine, go there. You like jail so much? Go suck jail's dick then and go there.
We'll get a better life, then the drug problems will go down.
And every country that legalizes proves how much more of a fascist piece of shit you actually are deep down in your hearts and souls. Every time a country legalizes and totally fixes their reality and fixes their worst problem and stuff, and we begin to see more and more that you're the problem and you're the one who deserves jail. Not us. All we did was get high. You're the one who wished jail upon people. Then fine, go to jail. I think if that's what you want, fine. Then okay, you like jail so much for people, then go to jail. Then
Reasons why people don't improve their situation is because nobody's ever nice to them.
yeah, nobody's ever nice to them or tender or loving or caring. They can't get the attention, so they school shooting up the place. They Uvalde, Texas is up the place because our population is out of control. But the right wingers have a war on Planned Parenthood. You can see that the population is out of goddamn control and the people are not getting the attention that they need to thrive in this community. They're not getting the love or the support or the education or anything at all. The attention or whatever it is. These kids don't get the attention that they need, which is why they shoot up the schools. You know, and it's been ever since this war on drugs. Have we ever heard of a school shooting before 1998 or something like that, right? No, it was just inconceivable until 1998. But you started that war on drugs, and sure enough, within 50 years, you have somebody shooting up a school. Because the population's got way fucking too much, and we need Planned Parenthood the way that we need food and water. You know what I'm saying? We need contraception the way we need food and water now. We have too many people on the fucking planet. I don't care what you think. That's the truth. You know what I'm saying? That is the God's honest truth. You know, let fire struck me down if I say a lie here. This is the God's honest truth. There's too many people on the fucking planet. We need Planned Parenthood and contraception. We need abortion. And if you go against it, you're fucking evil and wicked. And you come from down there, God boy. You come from down there. You're Satan boy. You're not God boy if you're anti-abortion. You're pro Satan boy. We got too many fucking people on this fucking planet. We need some population control. We need it really bad. I'm not talking about eugenics. I'm talking about like we have too many people. The kids aren't getting the loving, tender care the kids need to thrive in a community. So they shoot up schools. It's a direct goddamn fucking what's the word it's a direct result. It's a direct ramification of the overpopulation, school shootings. It's exactly why it happens. The scientists know it. They've been trying to tell us we don't listen, we're stupid, we don't get educations, all this other stupid shit, right? So yeah, you want to put us in jail for drugs? I want to put you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it, traitor.
And if nobody's ever nice to you.
I want to make a video called "You want to put us in jail for the war on drugs? I want to put you in jail for the war on drugs. See how you like it, traitor." And I will literally name the fucking YouTube the YouTube video that, and I'll do a 10-minute rant. And I'll be like, okay, you want to put me in, literally I'm going to name the video that. Okay, you want to put me in you want to put me in jail for the war on drugs? Then I'm going to put you in jail for the war on drugs. You know, that's literally what I want to name the video on YouTube. Your war on drugs it's more foul than I don't know, mustard gas. You know, it's more foul than that. It's disgusting. It's more foul than all the landmines that litter post-war-torn Europe that blow off kids' legs and shit. Your war on drugs is the most foul thing. It's worse than the Holocaust. It's killed more people now. It's caused more problems and cost more money than the Holocaust did. Not to say that the Holocaust wasn't the most horrible thing that ever happened, but I'm saying the war on drugs is fast getting worse. It's fast becoming worse than World War II. It is World War. To me, the war on drugs is World War III. You support that war? Get the fuck out of here, traitor.
You want to walk the path with those people?
Sure.
You support that traitor war? You know, get the fuck out of here. You're a traitor.
Because
I will never think of you as different. If you even ever thought it was okay, I think of you as a traitor. It's World War III. We're in World War III, and it's called the war on drugs. It's World War III. It's like they tricked us, and and people are dying in the streets because of it, just like the Holocaust. And I don't see the difference. You know, it's not a race war this time. It's a class war. It's the war on the poor. It's not the war on the Jews. And I'm sorry that happened. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm sorry that these rich white people exterminated so many Jews. You know, I'm sorry. But here we got the rich white people again in postmodern America waging a war against their own people. They're fucking traitors. They're worse than Hitler, in my opinion. You know, because they get to go home at night. Hitler died in a bunker, supposedly, to a self-inflicted gunshot wound, right? These people go home to their five cars and their three houses and 5 cars, and kiss their wife at night and sleep on their pile of money and shit. And they successfully committed a world war. It's called the war on drugs. It's World War III. It's wake up. It's the war on drugs. The people are dying on the streets due to the fentanyl crisis as we speak. It's World War III, and it's affected every country in the world. And you have to stop it now. You got to get that fascist boot heel off of our fucking necks, or I'll fucking fight you over it. Stop your fucking fascist traitor war now. You are worse than Hitler. You have killed more people. Your war on drugs has killed more people. You are worse than Hitler. Wake up call.
Nice to me.
Human kindness is lacking.
How many people have died to the war on drugs? Let's go look, right? So we had just 40,000 in Mexico this year. I mean, it just goes on, and that's just this year. We have like 100,000 people dying to the war on drugs every single fucking year. We have all the junkies kicking off. We have all the problems, right, that legalization would fix. And if the dope wasn't cut with the garbage, and if it was sold at the Walgreens like any other goddamn drug, right? The only reason that drugs are illegal is because they work. And they know, and the rich people know how effective they are, so they want to fucking do what they normally do and commit the war on the poor and chokehold something like cancer meds or fucking drugs or whatever. And now we got a war on drugs, and it's been around for 50, 60 years, and it's disgusting, and it's cost us more lives than the Holocaust, and it's caused more damage and more sorrow. Not to say that what the Jews went through wasn't horrible, or to make light of it, or to downplay how horrible the Holocaust was. But I mean, I'm living in a new Holocaust, and it's the war on drugs. I'm living in one, I consider it to be a new Holocaust, kind of. It's the war on the poor. If you don't believe me, go down to any downtown in any downtown area in America, and you will see the casualties of World War III. I don't know how else to say it. And you've been traitoring for too long, and the chickens will come home to roost sooner or later, and I will put you in jail the way you put me in jail. I'm sorry, but that's what you deserve. Right now, as leaders, you deserve jail at best. At best, I won't see you. I will not call for the noose. I will not call for violence. I will call for you to be fired, and I will say that you don't deserve the noose. I think you wanted that for me, but I'll be Jesus and turn the other fucking cheek or whatever, and I'll say I don't wish you to face the noose for committing this war against your own people, traitors. I just need you to stop it before it's too late. And we'll turn the other cheek, and we'll forget you did it. It was only 50 years, We can recover from 50 years. That's only half a lifetime. It's not even one whole lifetime, right? But I've been hurt by the cold for too long. You support that war on drugs, I would physically kill you. You are the enemy to me, I'm sick of it. I'm done with you. Your war on drugs and your World War III. I'm sick of it affecting every single life that I can think of. I'm sick of it. You have to stop this now. Your madness. Yeah, that man was like, madness. Doing cocaine is madness. No, doing cocaine is doing cocaine. Your fear is actual literal madness. Your fear of it is madness. It's literally madness. Your fear of cocaine is madness. Cocaine is cocaine. Your fear of cocaine is quite literally madness. It's quite literally. And I'm sick of your double standards, your hypocrisy, and your traitorism. It's traitorism. It's literally the word for it. I'm not using these words to be hyperbolic or scare you. It is traitorism, right? It is like literally traitorism. The war on drugs is traitorism, the quality or practice of being a traitor. What is a traitor? Somebody who goes against their own countrymen, their own people. That's exactly what your traitor asses did. You deserve the noose. If you stop it now, I won't hang you. If I ever have power, or anybody like me has power, which I'm sure I will. I'm sure people will. I'm sure progressives will have power in this country sooner or later, and I will give you the jail cell that you gave me, unless you stop this now. Stop this madness now. Cocaine is not madness. The fear around it is madness.
A lot of these organizations information.
And I'm going to publish this. I'm proud of what I said here. I'm not being hyperbolic. I didn't pick up something to try and get famous or something like most streamers or whatever. I believe what I'm saying, and I believe you deserve the noose, traitor. So that's going to remain a reality as long as you continue this war. I hate you more than the hippies hated Nixon. I hate the American government more than the hippies hated Nixon. I consider you a traitor. You've been conducting a war on your own people for 60 some odd years. You're a traitor.
Governments.
You've been at us since 1950 or something like that. It's been 70 years. You've been after your own people for 70 years. You're a fucking traitor. You deserve the fucking noose. I won't say anything or otherwise. That's exactly no more or no less than what you deserve right now as we speak today. You deserve a noose at best. You're a traitor, you know? And so, yeah, you've been conducting a war against your own people for 70 years. I didn't back it. You never asked me. You never gave me a vote. You never asked me if it was okay. You just kept doing it. You kept threatening me with jail since I was old enough to vote. And I say I would like to do the same to you. But I'm not a sick, savage, fucking hypocrite traitor like you. So I don't wish the noose or the gibbet or the jail cell for you. I would forgive you for your fucking trespasses like we're supposed to do, you know? I would forgive you for your fucking traitor trespasses if you end it now. But you need to end it now. Every day that fucking passes that you put your own fellow countrymen in jail for drugs is another fucking day in jail for you. You know what I'm saying? For you. Every day that you keep my people in jail is another day in jail that you deserve. As our leaders, as our traitors, you know, our traitor leadership, that do nothing Congress has been up there for 60 years trying to put all the people, the hardworking people that keep this country running, in jail for possession of drugs or something, you know. And no, I'd sooner hang the entire Congress, frankly. But I don't want to do that. I think they're just fellow Americans who got high on the Kool-Aid just like we did, and got terrified of drugs just like we did, and respected it or whatever, and tried to protect us, right? Right now, I just consider you as mistaken idiots, you know? Well, mistaken traitor idiots who conducted a war on their own people. You know, I won't say any other thing about it. That's exactly what you did. You conducted a war on your own people. You're traitors, right? But I don't wish the same jail cell or noose that you wish for me. I just want you to end this now. And I will turn the other cheek, and I will forgive you still. The longer you hurt us with this cold war on methamphetamine and heroin and cocaine, black tar heroin and all the shit with the border and all this stupid shit, the longer you conduct business like this is the longer I want you in jail, or just straight up hung to the gibbet for being a traitor. I don't care if you're the government. You're still a traitor if you put us in jail for drugs. You're still a traitor. You deserve the gibbet. You're a traitor. You deserve the gibbet. Or whatever the fucking word is. Am I using the correct word for this? What do we do to traitors? We hang them. We do this with a gibbet, you know? It is you deserve the both the metaphorical and literal gibbet. You deserve to be held in contempt. I believe the judges in this country should hold you in contempt. You have conducted a war on your own people, and I consider you to be a traitor, the worst in history. Judas would blush. Judas himself would blush. You are the worst traitors in history. I will not call it anything else. That is no more or no less than that. That is how a lawyer would say it. That is what you are. That is how I would argue it in court. You know, I'm arguing my case in court right now. You know, you are a traitor. You deserve the gibbet. You don't want the gibbet? Then fucking fix the war on drugs now before I full-blown erase your fucking parties. Your parties have been traitors for too long. Both parties have been traitors against American people for far too long. I will not support you any longer.
You're tearing up a little bit. It's getting emotional on me.
Yeah, I get emotional about this. It's World War III. Like I imagine my grandfather got emotional about World War II, right? He saw action Purple Heart in Korea. You know, he's Purple Heart. He saw action in Korea. He's a fucking goddamn war hero. He's passed now, but he was a war hero. And I know my grandfather had some fucking sorrow about World War II. I've got some sorrow about World War III. You've been throwing me in jail all my goddamn life. I got some sorrow around it. I lost the love of my life over it. I lost everything over it. Your war on drugs. I lost everything over it. I hate you Well, I imagine the way that the Christians hate Satan or Jews hate Hitler. I hate you. You're traitors. I mean, to me, you're as bad as Hitler. You killed as many people with this. You're just as bad as Hitler. With the same contempt that I have for Hitler, I have for my own country and its World War III fucking betrayal of its own people.
You think people are leaving people behind when it comes to drug use? People see these drug users and say these people are trash and they don't deserve
Yeah, they're just, well, they are if you throw them away like that. Yeah, we're trash if you throw us out. Yeah, we're trash. You threw us out. We're trash now. We're white trash. You threw us out. You know, we're your poor. We're the drug addicted masses. You cast us out. You went against God and you cast out the head cornerstone. So now we're going to take over your government and we're going to persecute you like you did us. Don't believe me? Wait. Every day that passes, the Democrats sink themselves further with a do-nothing reagent leader that does nothing. And every day, the Republicans sink themselves worse by backing a criminal and all this other stupid shit. And their war on drugs and their war on women and war on black people and all this other shitty shit that they do. You know, I Can't Breathe, Eric Garner, fucking Ahmaud Arbery, you know. Then I'm sorry, but I've got past this point where I can just kind of go, tee-hee, oh, dirty government. Oh, dirty government. What are we going to do with you? I'm past that point. I'm straight up calling you traitors who deserve the gibbet for the World War III that you committed on your own people with 9/11 and the war on drugs. That is a war on your own people. You deserve the gibbet, traitor. You know, I'm not going to be like, oh, government anymore. You know, you straight up, you've been persecuting me my entire adult life. And I'm done with you. You are traitors. You know, I will not vote for you. I will not call you anything but wicked. I consider you to be wicked. You back that war on drugs, you're wicked. You stand with Satan. I'll say it right to your fucking face, too. You back that war on drugs, you're wicked. You stand with Satan. You cast your own Americans out. You conducted a war against your own people. You are wicked, anti-American. You stand with Satan.
Yeah. That's the word. Junk.
Junkie, right?
You know it to be true. You know it to be true. Search your feelings. You have signed up with the dark side. You're Vader. You think that you're Luke. You're Vader. You signed up with Satan and you put your own people in jail. You're a traitor. You conducted a war against your own Jedis. You're Darth Vader. You're the dark side. You don't sit up there in your white palace thinking that you wear a white hat and all this. No. If the hat's white, it's a KKK hat.
Call people junk. These people have been through such a lot why they started self-medication. And then as a system, we react on with punishment. And
yeah, you want to punish me? I'll punish you. It's only right.
Spitting at them and
I know you don't like the things that I say. I don't like the things that you do. I don't care if you don't like what I say.
Stuff like that.
It's the truth, and you need to fucking deal with it.
And it's almost like it
I won't ban you about and be like, oh, tee-hee, government, you've been so evil. Oh, government, we have to put up with so much with you. I'm not doing that anymore. You fucking change it now, or I don't ever vote for either party ever again. Change it now. End this madness now. You want to know what real madness is? Keeping the war going when it's never saved a life. It's only ever killed people. You keep that war going and it costs us billions when our education system is dying. You are Satan. You are evil. You represent everything that I hate. So you're Hitler. You're the dark side. You're everything that I hate. You took all of our education money and you spent it on the war on drugs. To me, that you deserve the gibbet. Is that how you say it? It's the gibbet, isn't it? There's the gibbet. It's the gibbet, I think. Yep. Pronounced gibbet, right? I believe it's gibbet, but I don't. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that when I condemn my own government to hell, right, that I use the word gibbet correctly, because that's what you fucking deserve. You deserve the gibbet for your anti-war against America and its poor. You deserve the gibbet, traitor.
Gibbet. Gibbet.
That's what you deserve.
Gibbet.
You deserve that.
Gibbet.
You want to keep conducting this war on drugs any longer?
Gibbet.
That's what you deserve.
Gibbet.
Hear it?
Gibbet.
It's kind of scary, isn't it? Kind of like the word jail, right? It was kind of scary for me to pronounce the word jail and think about the 10-year sentence that you threatened me with, right? Just like how scary it was for me to hear this word, you know? Just like how scary it was for me to hear this word.
Jail. Jail.
Just how scary this word is, right?
Jail.
This is what you deserve. You did something far worse than what I did. I got high. I didn't deserve jail, but I got jail. You deserve the...
Gibbet. Gibbet.
For what you did, traitor.
Gibbet.
That's what you deserve.
Gibbet.
That's what you deserve. It's a hard, scary, cold term, isn't it? Just like jail. I had to accept jail. You deserve the gibbet.
Gibbet.
It's only right. It's only fair.
Gibbet.
Traitor.
It aggravates.
You back that war on drugs? Gibbet.
These people continue to look down upon them.
You continue to look down on them and judge them and commit your war on the poor and the war on the homeless and all this stupid shit. I think gibbet. Gibbet is the correct response for your traitorism. These are the correct words. I'm pronouncing them and speaking them correctly, and I am using them correctly. These are the words. They are correct. I don't care if you shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street or not. It doesn't change the fact that your war on the poor with your war on drugs should condemn you to the gibbet. 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 It's a cold, scary reality, isn't it? It's the same cold, scary reality I faced in jail. It's what you deserve. It's only fair. You know, something that the Brits and the Aussies say all the time is "to be fair," right? I love that. I love that colloquialism. It's like my favorite bit of slanguage is the phrase "to be fair," because you haven't been fair. You conducted jail upon your weakest citizens for 60 years. You deserve the gibbet, traitor. You deserve the gibbet, sacklers. You deserve the gibbet. You know you do. You are American traitors. You represent the worst. You're up there with Benedict. You're American traitors. You committed a war on the poor, and you put the lower class in prison. How are you different from Hitler? How are you different? World War III exists. It's happening right now as we speak. And you deserve the gibbet, traitor. How are you any better than Hitler? You have put more people in jail and persecuted and ruined more lives. I consider the American government about as innocent as Hitler. I consider your war against the poor a genocide, just like the Holocaust. It is not as horrible as the Holocaust was, but it's had just as much cost. And I will not live under your traitorism any longer. I will not back your political parties. I will not stand by while you put my people in jail. I will not back you. I got sober. You should have just let me continue to get high, and I would have not complained or yelled like this or anything, right? But no, I got sober after you ruined my life enough that I decided to wage the same war on you that you waged on me all of my life. And it's only fair to be fair. It's only fair to be fair. You know, it's what you deserve. You deserve the same prison that you threatened me with. I won't put you there if you change it now. Everybody makes mistakes. Like me, I made a mistake by doing hard drugs. Apparently, I don't know what mistake it was, but apparently I made a big mistake by doing hard drugs. I don't know what it was. I didn't, But anyways, I made a big mistake by doing hard drugs. Okay, I'll admit it, right? So you need to admit that you made the worst mistake in history, except for the Holocaust, of course. And, and persecuted and put the lower class in American prison. And really don't know why we don't put you up to the gibbet for it, traitor. Change it and we won't.
You need to self-medicate even harder. So what if I'm a drug consumer and I say, my answer and what I want is to use more drugs until I die? Would there be a world where I'm involuntarily rehabilitated?
So, there's not a single person is the same. So it's quite difficult to oversee this situation. So we will put a net of safeguarding around this person and give him his dose of heroin or whatever he says he needs. With that, he will be able to control his own problem, and we will help him with that.
It's legally distributed by the municipality, and the people who are in the program do that on a legal basis. In many cases, these are people who have been addicted to heroin for a long, long time, have been trying to stop, but that didn't work out. So now they can go to the municipality and get legal heroin twice a day. This works great.
What is this right here?
We call this the heroin facility. This is where people who have their habits of heroin consumption, we
give them free heroin, we give them medicinal grade heroin, and we give them like housing, we look what they need in their life. With that, we tackle the whole opiate crisis that we had here in the 80s. 3 of these places existing, but only 2 of them also provide heroin, and the 3rd one also provides methadone. In the 80s, when we started, there were 15,000 people only in the night.
There was a man who turned around heroin addiction entirely named Neil Sampat, and they made him a cult god overnight, both the government and the people, when they figured out that drug addiction is entirely this thing that bad people commit on other people. Otherwise, like if the dope is pure and the addicts are in recovery and they don't want to do drugs anymore, they will help other addicts like successfully get through recovery. The cure for drug addiction is other drug addicts, believe it or not. And a man discovered this in the 70s, and they persecuted him for it. They made him famous. They made him a cult leader. They gave him endless riches and all this other stuff, and they just saved it. They declared him a savior, right? When he figured out that the cure for drug addiction is other drug addicts who have recovered. They will help you get through every single fucking barrier of it. They themselves know that they themselves would be dead if they didn't help you get through every barrier of drug addiction from the initial withdrawal symptom all the way through to 10 years later. Right? And they just love each other. And for instance, one of the things that we know about drug addictions is when you're a bad drug addict and you have been outed to your community, the community will no longer have sex with you if they know that you're a drug addict, because they're scared that you might have diseases. They're scared that you might have problems, or that you'll cheat on them or be evil to them or something. The fidelity is gone when people know that you're a drug addict, so they won't have sex with you most of the time, right? This is one of the horrible things about drug addicts. So one of the ways that a commune full of drug addicts who help other drug addicts get clean can help each other is none of the judgments are there. So they might find their wives or husbands there. They might raise their children there. And Neil Sampat, is that his name? Like Sampat, something like Neil Sampat. I forget the name, but it was like Netflix documentary Sampat, right? Sampat movie, or Rima Sampat is, or no, I'm sorry, no, it's was it Sampat or Sampat? Heroin, Sampat heroin guy. No, what was his name? Sampa. Vincenzo Muccioli is his name. Muccioli. I don't know. I forgot how to pronounce it, but yeah, Vincenzo Muccioli. Right? He figured out how to cure drug addiction 50 years ago. But the war on the poor is a real thing. The government is actually out to kill us, and it is actually a real thing. They want us to actually die, and so they've known the cure for drug addiction since 1935. It's a drug called ibogaine that has a 96% success rate of full-blown remission. Right? Ibogaine. I'm going to teach you interesting words like Vincenzo Muccioli and all these other things that the government used to kill the poor, right? So ibogaine has been around since 1935 or something like that. It's called Tabernanthe iboga or Apocynaea family, and it's like Vokenga africana. It's a naturally occurring psychoactive substance. It makes you trip for 20. I want to prove that I know what I'm talking about. It makes you trip for 24 hours, and then you immediately do not experience the terrible ravages of addiction any longer. You don't experience withdrawal. You have a terrible psychedelic trip. But at the end of the 24 hours, you experience no symptoms of any drug addiction for about like 18 months or something like that. And then you have to go again. You have to go again like every 18 months or so. But it's still like, I think 1 day a year to completely cure drug addiction is, every 18 months or so, 6, 12, 18 months, something. Losing a day of your life every 6, 12, 18 months is a lot better than being a needle junkie on the streets, right? And so we've known for a long time that mankind has had the cure for addiction. I mean, I will, In the United States, ibogaine is a Schedule 1 controlled substance. They'll put you in jail for 10 years for it, right? It is not approved for therapeutic use, and this is due to its neurotoxic, hallucinogenic, and cardiovascular side effects, as well as a lack of safety and efficacy data in humans, because the governments don't want to know about ibogaine. That would end their war on the poor and their war on poverty, and war on poor people. The government lives off their war on the poor. That's where they live. That's where they make most of their money, right? It's how they get their prisons built and all this other stuff, right? The war on the poor is a real thing, and it actually exists. And so, yeah, they refuse to do any research. They'll do research about butt medication, but they won't do research for actual cures to addiction, because they know. We're talking about Addictol here. I mean, Bethesda's known about it for a long time. You know, it's like Addictol actually exists. It completely cures addiction, ibogaine, but you can't get it because the world governments are all engaged in World War III against their poor. You know, they're lower class. You know, we know that most people doing hard drugs are in the lower class. It's some rich people, but generally lower class. The middle class has its problems with it too, but the majority of the lower class has addictions, be it alcoholism or drug addictions, whatever it is, or tobacco, something like that. The lower class is known for having addictions. And one of the reasons this is true is because the world governments are engaging in World War III against its own citizens. And World War III has been around since 1950, and it's been a Cold War that they don't talk about. And everybody's been hurt by the cold. Red Hot Chili Peppers sang about it a couple years ago, a couple decades ago. Like everyone's been hurt by the cold so badly that Anthony Kiedis is singing about it on Top 40 radio. Everyone's been hurt by the cold, hurt by the cold, right? And we all sing about it on the radio, but we don't ever do anything about it ever, like Vincenzo Muccioli did. And he was so successful in curing heroin addiction that they made him a cult leader against his will. And so then man has his weakness, and it's women. And he started sleeping with all the beautiful ex-drug addicts. And they called him a cult leader, and they imprisoned him for abusing his power. And this is what all cult leaders do, right? When you're given free love by a community who wants you to fuck them, even their children. It's disgusting, cults, But even the cults are disgusting, but they love their leader so much that they want the leader to even fuck their children. It's disgusting, but it's true. And so with that love comes cults, and with cults comes disaster. So we know what happens when one person gains Jesus love out of their community, right? And Vincenzo Muccioli gained this by curing heroin addiction in Italy. And this was back in the 70s. And, and he died in 95. I think he was in prison for 10 years, something like that. I forget now, why am I looking at an English, or so I don't want an Italian translation, but, Italian Wikipedia is going to be more accurate about this, but he founded a place called San Patriano, and they called it Sampa, which is the name of the documentary that I saw about this, that helped me understand that the world governments have been engaged in a World War III execution of their own people since 1953. And I don't like the world governments. I don't like my own government. I would kill them if I could. I believe them to be the worst evil on the planet, far worse than drug addicts or the cartels or any of this. I really believe them to be full-blown evil, and I consider them to be at active world war, like not nuclear war, but basically the same thing essentially, except it's jails. That they're jailing all of the people who do drugs. And so this is a war against poor people, and I'm repeating myself, but this is something that is real. These things are real. This is not some, conspiracy theory. This actually is real. World War III exists, and it's not some theory. It's the war against the poor with the war on drugs. And it's why all the cartel problems are happening. It's why the border is happening. It's why school shootings are happening. School shootings are happening due to overpopulation. But one of the reasons overpopulation is such a bad problem is because the world governments are so fascist, that oftentimes it's illegal to even get contraception. The world governments have become so fascist. So, I mean, this is where we're at. We also have deluded religious individuals in this world pushing anti-contraception ideals that is killing the human race and causing Uvalde, Texas. And their hypocrite asses will stand up there in front of the school at Uvalde and cry their eyes out. But I mean, but they're the ones who kind of, you know, those Christians that cry like that are the ones who waged the war against, you know, Planned Parenthood and got, you know, abortion shut down and got contraception shut down, and now we have too many people on the fucking planet. It's like, I consider the right-wing conservative people pushing those ideals, who push those ideals because they believe that they're being godly and so good. But no, I consider those ideals to be what is killing our country. You call it family values, I call it fascism. Nobody's gonna live under your boot heel. You know that. We all know that. I mean, well, we are living under it, but I mean, like, nobody's gonna, like, I mean, I'm not gonna call it something other than it is. That war on the poor, the war on drugs, the war for family values and all this stupid shit. It's fascism. It's very, very thinly disguised fascism. It's very bad. It's very bad for the country, and it's had its cost. And I mean, we've had the cure for drug addiction for a long time. Iboga. We've had Addictol. You can abuse opioids if you want for a weekend and then pop Addictol on Sunday night and go to work Monday morning. You can. We've had this power. This is why I push legalization all the time. I want legalization of all drugs. Drugs are not evil. Humans are evil. Guns are not evil. Humans are evil. You know? Drugs are not evil. Humans are evil. You know? And I'm sorry, but like, your war on the poor is not cool with me anymore.
Place where they gave it away, and now there are only 15. So 1-5.
I won't back your politicians. I would fight you with guns in the street if I could. You have been persecuting us too long.
Are just left of this.
Like, you know, I've started to sound like you, right? You've persecuted me so long that I want to go to war with you. Now I'm starting to sound like you.
Group, our average age of opiate consumer is now...
And that's a really terrible thing. It's the death of my humanity right now, live and in real time on the stream. It's the death of my humanity. I wish the war that you wish upon me. I wish upon you the war that you wish upon me. And I wish you to see the gibbet and the jail cell that you wish upon me. It's only fair. It's only right.
54, which is bizarre, and every 5 years the average age goes up 4 years.
And does that just mean the current drug addicts are still aging and still using heroin? There's not a new market for those heroin users.
Hardly, no. The program is such a big success that it almost collapses under its success. We need
Yep,
to keep that
it's like they've had success, but the world governments can't have that. That would end their war on the poor, you know, and that's where they live and breathe. That's where they make all their money, all their prisons and all that stuff. That's where they live and breathe. Is their war on the poor. And so no, we can't have legalization or Addictol in America. That would kill. That would kill the government's war on the poor. They can't have that. So we can agree to disagree, but I mean, this is why we can't have nice things. Is the American government's war on the poor?
It does help. Problems if you close them down are much bigger because it's free. You know, no one can.
There's no profit incentive.
There's no profit incentive. Yeah, if you make cocaine $5 a gram, nobody's gonna shoot each other at the border, are they? I'm sick of how your evil fucking inept fucking stooges have run this country into the ground. I'm sick of it. We have cured drug addiction 70 years ago. You like the war on drugs. You like the war on the poor. You like seeing the homeless people die in the streets. You say that you don't, but you do. You like watching the homeless people die in the streets. We've had the addiction cure for 70 years. You could give him one pill every 18 months and the guy would be off the streets. But no, you like your war on the poor. You like seeing them shit in the streets. You like seeing them pick their butts in the streets. You think it's funny. You like the war on the poor.
All right.
I'm convinced of it.
Okay.
It's the only reason why you keep committing it. You like this. You think it's funny. You think it's funny watching your fellow Americans die and suffer. You're a traitor. Pure definition of the word. If you're backing a political entity that supports the war on drugs, you are anti-American.
And that pushes people to go on the streets and sell coke and MDMA is what I see around the red light district.
Yeah, if you want to buy fake drugs, this powder,
okay,
just do that.
Do that.
First of all, they got their life back together.
By getting
but right away.
Heroin?
Yep.
By getting the heroin, because if you know you're getting your heroin,
And you can just go about getting a job, and
you don't have to chase heroin.
you don't have to chase heroin all the time. So then you just go to work so you can support heroin. That's how I remained a successful methamphetamine addict for 13 years, as I worked every day. I didn't care if I was high.
And okay, the rest of the day I don't have to steal things to get money to buy new heroin.
Yeah, I don't have to go sling dope or buy $5 sacks every day or whatever. I don't have to do any of that. I just go buy my dispensary weed once a month, and I shell out my $100, and I get my month's supply of marijuana, and I move on with my life, and I don't think about it. I don't talk about. I talk about how much I love this, but I don't. It's not a really big part of my life. It doesn't really come up too often, and it's kind of like smoking cigarettes. It's not very, it's a bad habit, but it's not going to kill me, and I don't know. It's crime or any of that stuff. And yeah, when you finally wake up, and woke is not what these idiot leftists think it is. When you finally wake up and understand that you've been a victim in a Cold War waged against you by your own government for the last 70 years, and that's what woke is. Woke is not this thing about pushing gay ideals or anti-war ideals or anything like that. Woke is when you wake up one day and you realize that there's been a Cold War against the poor for 70 years, and the world governments are actually our worst enemy. And you can go to sleep again the next night and just accept it. Or you can start talking about it like they live and start trying to change things, And that's what the blue pill, red pill thing is actually about. It's not this sex thing about gender identification or queer identification or anything like that. It's nothing about that. It's understanding that there's been a Cold War against the poor, and it's called the war on drugs, for 70 years, and we've imprisoned and killed more people over it than we ever did in World War I or World War II combined.
Undesirable behavior. They're not selling their bodies or.
This is not social justice warrior shit for me. This is life or death for me. I'm not pushing these ideals so I can get you to change to be more woke. I'm pushing these ideals because I believe it will put a gun barrel in front of my face sooner or later and cost me my life. So I talk about these things not because I want you to change, but because I fear for my life. I think they will kill me over these things eventually. I really do. I think they will kill me over these things eventually.
Or something they don't want to do to get this drug.
So I talk about these things every day. It is not a social justice warrior thing for me. It is life or death for me. They have put me in jail for many, many days of my life. Not a year, but many days. I've been in jail many days of my life. Something like, I don't know, 200 days or something like that. I've been in jail like 200 days of my life or something like that. It's not a whole year, but it's a lot. And I never did anything but smoke weed or smoke methamphetamine. That's it.
Well, second of all, they get good heroin. I'm not encouraging anyone to...
I got caught trespassing one time.
Try heroin. Let's make that for sure.
I get that.
While I was on a hard drug, and I was a drug addict, and I wasn't making good decisions.
But...
because of all the garbage that the dope is cut with, you end up acting like a crazy person,
Good, pure heroin isn't that bad as people think it is.
No, not at all. Hear him say it as I say it. Pure heroin's fine, so is pure cocaine, so is okay. You know what pure methamphetamine is called? Ephedrine. America uses 2 billion pounds of it every single day. You know what pure methamphetamine is? It's called ephedrine. We use it every day. Sudafed. You ever had Sudafed before? It's pure methamphetamine. It gets you feeling up when you got a cold. The cure for the common cold is methamphetamine. It's called Sudafed, right? And there's no cure for the common cold. There's no cure for the flu, but there is easing it, right? And so how do you ease feeling really sick from the cold? Pure methamphetamine. That's what Sudafed is. That's why you can't find it in the drugstores anymore. Oh man, methamphetamine is Sudafed's so evil. Shitty traders.
Because the problem with heroin is it's not just heroin.
It's all that garbage is what's actually wrong with it. Why you want to know why that guy is walking down the street talking at the top of his lungs? Oh, he's an idiot streamer, right? Talking to himself at the top of his lungs. He's an idiot streamer, right? But no, the reason that crazy person is walking down the streets yelling at the top of their lungs about tinfoil hat stuff is because of all the garbage that the dope is cut with. If it was just pure heroin or pure cocaine or pure crack, it would be fine. And the guy would be like, hey, how you doing? It's not the dope that makes them crazy. It's the cut. There's all these lies and bullshit about the Cold War on drugs, you know, that they've been perpetrating for 60 years, 70 years. One of the worst ones is that drugs are bad. Drugs aren't bad. The cut that we put in them is. The cut that we put in the Sudafed is.
Mixed with all
adulterants are bad. Drugs are fine. You know, pure drugs are absolutely fine. They all serve a purpose. They were all put there by God to do something. You know, I hate to say it, and I know you're Christian and you think it's godly to dislike heroin, but no. God put heroin on the planet for a reason. It cures pain. There's nothing more godly than heroin. Pure heroin. Grows in the wild. It's called the poppy plant. Poppies are not evil. You're evil if you think they are. But poppies are not evil. You're evil if you think they are. If you think that the juiced poppy is evil, you're evil. You're the one who's insane. You're the one who has mental health issues. They're poppies.
Financial problems and chasing.
They grow everywhere on the planet. Just like marijuana, just like cocaine, just like every other drug. They grow everywhere. They're not evil. You're evil for saying they're evil and going against God's plan, which is, yeah, God wants us to have heroin or it wouldn't exist. And this is how my ex-girlfriend convinced me that heroin wasn't evil. And then it works too, doesn't it? It does work. Because if God didn't want heroin, it wouldn't exist, would it?
Chasing heroin, you don't have a refrigerator.
Heroin is not evil. Adulterants in the heroin and the product that heroin becomes after you put a bunch of adulterants in it is evil. That will kill you. Heroin will not kill you. Planes do not take down skyscrapers. The CIA takes down skyscrapers. Planes cannot take down skyscrapers. The CIA took down that skyscraper. I'm sick of you fucking with things that aren't reality anymore. You know, you guys don't fuck with reality very often, and I do. Planes can't take down skyscrapers. I've never met a skyscraper maker. Well, I've never met anybody who's made a skyscraper, but I've seen a lot of videos of people who have, right? And I've never seen a video of a person who makes skyscrapers who will admit to anybody at all that a plane can take down a skyscraper. The whole point of a skyscraper is that a plane can't take down a skyscraper. People wouldn't go in the skyscraper, you know? If the skyscraper cannot be taken down by a plane, you'll never meet a person who produces skyscrapers who will admit in front of a camera, God, or a lawyer that a skyscraper can be taken down by a jet plane. Their whole business is convincing the world that their skyscraper cannot be taken down by a fucking jet plane. Their whole business is telling you that the plane will not take down the skyscraper, which is why it's safe for you to be in the building, right? And I will not stand by while this American government lied to its people willfully. I would like them to see the gibbet. They are traitors. They killed 3,000 of their own fucking troops. Planes do not take down skyscrapers. CIAs take down skyscrapers in false flag scenarios. Sand people do not take down skyscrapers 3,000 miles away. CIAs who live 300 miles away take down skyscrapers. You're stupid if you think otherwise. I'm sick of you fucking with something that isn't reality. I'm sick of you fucking around with lies. I'm done with you lying in public. I don't know why it's legal for a politician in America to lie in public like they do all the time. If you tell a lie in front of a camera now, don't pass go, don't collect $200, don't run the Congress, don't be John Boehner or Mitch the Bitch or any of these turtlehead liars. Don't pass go. Just go directly to jail that day, for lying on camera. And we wouldn't have so many problems in this country, such as, some sand people 3,000 miles away. And I know that sounds racist, but I'm trying to be reductive about the abilities of whoever you said committed this atrocity, 9/11. I don't even know who you said did it. I think it was supposed to be, was it Saddam Hussein? And then it twisted into ISIS, and then it twisted into Afghanistan, and then it twisted into Iran, and it twisted into all these different entities and stuff. So I don't know. I say sand people because I don't know who you're talking about when you say terrorists. I don't know who you're talking about, but it's not my friends at the coffee shop or whatever. It's not the people that I know, So whatever. It's not the Syrians that I know that hang out at the Denver coffee shop. It's not them, So you can say that some sand people, and I know that sounds racist, but I'm trying to make a blanket statement for all those people that you said committed 9/11, right? Because it's not Saddam or that lie Osama bin Laden, that construct Osama bin Laden. It's you. It's the CIA. It's you. It's George Bush and Cheney and his cronies. And so, Mitch the bitch, So
they don't go to sleep on a regular basis.
So you've been fucking with these lies for 25 years or something. When was 9/11? It was September 11th, 2001, right? So you've been fucking with that lie for 23 years, and we can't get closure, and we haven't prosecuted the white people who did this. I can actually be racist, and I'll say the white people who committed 9/11, right? The CIA. I'll be racist, actually racist. When I say sand people, I'm being racist, but I'm being racist in a joking way, because remember the American lie that they told about 9/11? First, I'm using sand people because that's basically the same word that they said. They were like, first it was Osama bin Laden. Or no, it's, wait. It's also, Saddam Hussein. Oh wait, it's also Afghanistan. Oh wait, it's the whole Middle East. And at that point, you may as well say sand people. That was your lie. That's your racism, not mine. You might as well say sand people at that point. You declare war against the entire Middle East, which is basically a war against, America. By the time you were done with it, it was like a war against America. It was bad when we left because they were America at that point. It was like a war against America at that point. It's so stupid. It was bad when we left, So anyways, you can lie for 50 years. You can get all the idiots to swallow it, but not all of us are stupid. I don't believe your fucking sand people lie. I believe that some CIA people 300 miles away did it. Yeah, that seems plausible to me. But I don't think your weird sand people lie about Osama bin Laden that morphed into 6 or 7 different entities over 20 years. I don't, or whatever, your entity lie about who committed 9/11 or whatever. Yeah, I know who did that. That's you. You did that. The rich, white American leadership committed 9/11. You couldn't convince me otherwise. And until we get the closure, people are going to continue to die in the streets as they wage a war against their own fellow Americans.
So that's why we in Amsterdam have very, very few
very few, because they're not stupid like us. They're not low IQ like us. We got stupid people running our government into the ground, causing race war problems with Mexico, China, and Russia left and right, like they're bad, irresponsible white people behaving badly that they are. That's a South Park quote, not me. White people behaving badly. That's the American leadership for you. Fuck them. Fuck the Democrats. Fuck the Republicans. White people behaving badly and setting us back with race relations 500 fucking years with all of our neighbors and close relations. We are China. We are Mexico. We are the 60% of America is Mexican. We are Mexico. And I will not stand by while you fucking talk shit about Mexicans anymore. You're a bad white person behaving badly.
Because
Trump.
not interesting to start selling it.
You're a bad white person behaving badly. That's exactly what you're doing. You're dissing our neighbors. You're causing shit with people that we love. We are Mexican. 60% of us are Mexican. We are Mexican. I mean, America's Mexican. I will not hear you talk shit about our close neighbors. Canada, Mexico, China, Australia, Britain are like our close neighbors, you know, Cuba. I will not hear you talk shit about Cuba anymore. I'm sick of your fucking racist white what's the word? Excusionist. Excusionist. I don't even know what the word would be. It's like your excusionist culture where you just hate and shit on every other culture that isn't rich and white. I want to stand by and do it anymore. Fuck your war on the poor. Fuck your war on drugs. Fuck your racism. Fuck your war on Mexico. Fuck your war on China. Fuck your war on Russia. Fuck your war on Syria and all these other fucking places. I can't stand you. Your fucking traitorism, it was no longer cool with me, and I will no longer vote for you any longer.
Lessons the United States can take.
I'm like, you remember how Will Smith played Muhammad Ali, like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and he got the affect of Muhammad Ali fucking perfect, and we all loved him in Ali. I think he even won the Academy Award or something, right? I loved Will Smith in Ali because he got the affects right. I feel like Muhammad Ali fighting my own goddamn government, and I float like a motherfucking butterfly, and I'll sting like a bee. You've been traitoring the lower class for too long, you fucking traitors, and I would have you see the gibbet for it if you don't change it now. You're Hitler to me. The American government is Hitler to me. I see no difference.
Netherlands as it relates to drug policy.
I don't want to start some war with them. I need them to change. I don't care about fighting them. I don't want to fight them. They're my friends. They're my family. They're my fellow Americans. I don't want to fight them. But your traitorism is not cool with me anymore, you fucking traitors. I won't call it anything else. You've been conducting your war against America for too long. You need to get that boot off our fucking heel. I can't breathe. You got to get that boot heel off of our fucking neck. I can't breathe.
Let's work together on legalizing and regulating drugs instead of fighting drugs. Because
Yep.
when you're fighting drugs,
Let's work to regulate these people who conducted a war against the poor instead of imprisoning them as they imprisoned us. We're gonna have to work to regulate them. We cannot throw these fascists in jail like they did to us. We must regulate them.
you're fighting people, and you're
Jail is not the solution, no matter how much they say it is. Jail is not the solution to drug addiction. Jail is not the solution to anything but getting rapists and murderers off the fucking street.
helping the corruption of
Reform is necessary. Crime is like 50% of the world's business now. And the reason that is so is because of the ableist government who enables that to be true with their war against the poor, with their war on drugs. They enable all of this. The cartel is directly at the government's feet. The government is the cartel. The government and the cartel. Who do you think the cartel's biggest customer is? They say this all the time. Well, you hate Pablo Escobar. I don't hate Pablo Escobar. I hate the CIA. Who the fuck do you think the Pablo Escobar's biggest fucking customer is? The CIA. Truth. Hurts, don't it?
the system because of fentanyl.
Escobar says it all the time. He's like, yeah, who do you think my biggest customer is? The CIA. Why won't you unpause? You're incompetent. I didn't hit that button.
The crisis that could become something good out of it, namely that you will find out that prohibition isn't working.
Also destroyed the criminal underground black market.
I find what happened in Oregon mega interesting. I have not been there.
They're recriminalizing it.
I hate that word. I am afraid that the recriminalization is due to the fact that there has been made some really bad policy. Because yes, if we would throw heroin for free, just make a sign, get heroin for free.
Heroin for free!
So we have this in a special program, which is the SOPs, the standard operating procedures, are mega precise. And we have this a whole network of harm reduction, social work, everything around that. In order to keep it safe, we continuously are debating, are we doing it right? How could we do better, etc., etc. And we are putting that in practice.
What do you think they were missing in Portland?
I heard some extra money went into harm reduction, but I think you should divert all your assets towards harm reduction. Work against poverty and social inequity and things like that. People want to be part of the society and make them part of it. And of course, there are always people who can't work, who have a double diagnose, triple A, so help them out. And these people will always be there. And as a society, the quality of your society, I think, is based on how you treat the people who are marginalized.
Okay. Yeah. And by criminalizing that and stigmatizing the use, do you think it only pushes people into the darker corners of society to use these drugs anyways?
You ask me if I think that, but I think that's proven.
But while all of these drugs are still technically illegal if they're being used
So,
for non-medicinal purposes in Amsterdam, Portugal...
We've been talking about drugs, but let's talk about something else. Let's talk about poverty. The world governments want us to be poor. They want us there. They believe in it happening. They're committed to the lower and the middle class being the lower and middle class. They want us to be poor. So I'm going to hit you with a social experiment in the video game sphere that was successful. This chat right here, you see that it's full of hypernet offers, right? But for 17 years, there was grifters and scammers running 24/7, doing scams, see it? Official referral links and stuff like that and all that. But now all they do is the hypernet. You see it? It's all hypernet, right? CCP didn't like all the scamming. So they enabled these people to actually make money by selling something for more than it's worth on the hypernet to many people who wish to gamble a small chunk of its value, right? So imagine you've got a pizza with 8 slices, and each slice is $1, right? So the pizza is $8. You have $4, right? And you only want to buy 2 slices of pizza. Now you don't get any pizza at all in America, right? You don't get any pizza at all under America's capitalist system, right? You don't get any pizza at all if you can't afford the whole $8 pizza, right? And a lot of our capitalism is based around that. You got to buy the whole thing. It's very hard to sell singles of anything unless they're sort of more valuable, you know. And so, like, you can't sell single cigarettes, for example. Can't sell single beers or anything like that because well, you can, but it's you got to be specialty. They got to be tall boys and they've got to be bigger, right? So, and the reason America is like this is because we support all this crime. The government makes 50% of its money off of crime. I swear to God they do. The CIA does business with all of these cartels and all these world governments and Palantir, and they steal and waffle with each other, and they insider trade, and all these politicians insider trade and all this, and it's just all part of the system, right? But if we were to convert America to the hypernet system, the griftonomics in America would immediately end as it did in EVE Online. I haven't seen a scam in EVE Online in 5 years. And I come to this chat every single fucking day. Like every single fucking day. And I haven't seen a single scam in this chat for 5 fucking years. CCP was intelligent enough to enable a system where if you're intelligent enough to try and get rich quick, you just sell something, you sell 8 slices of the thing, and whoever wins the gamble gets the whole thing. Right? And so instead of buying the $8 pizza, I say, okay, I take 2 slices of the pizza for $2. I don't want to spend the other 6. Other people that come along in the next hour can put in on the other 6 slices, right? And we have computers now. We can do all of this perfectly. That's how we get the hypernet. Hypernet's an example of it, right? Like we go, like, so here's an example of it. A perfect example of what I'm talking about. And this killed griftonomics in EVE Online. It killed it completely. The world governments love griftonomics. They love stealing. They're often the worst thieves. They're often the worst drug dealers. The CIA is the worst drug dealer on the planet. Hands down. We've got many world government leaders who would swear on a stack of Bibles saying this, you know, in front of courts and stuff, that the CIA is the worst drug dealer on the planet. We've heard this from many world governments who have swore on a stack of Bibles in court that the CIA sold them their dope, you know? We know this for sure. We know this to be certainty. We know it to be true. It's just true. So I want to get rid of the griftonomics entirely, and CCP has managed to do that with the hypernet. You shouldn't have to buy a whole pizza. That's how America got fat. You should be able to just buy 2 slices, but no, you can't call up a Pizza Hut and get 2 slices or 3 slices or 4 slices of pizza anymore, or they like screw you, you know? So, you know, sure, you can get a calzone and all this, but I mean, really, the hypernet would be a much better system than capitalism, and it would end all of the scams and all of the thefts and all the theft and all of the embezzlement that goes on and all the corporate greed and all that. That would finish immediately if people could actually make the problem with pizza is it's like when you're buying pizza, you dislike how expensive it is because you know it's just dope and tomato sauce and cheese, maybe some meat, but usually not much meat, like pepperoni or whatever, or maybe it's some sausage and actually has a pound of meat on it, but that's usually pretty rare. It's usually like 10 pieces of sausage or 16 pieces of pepperoni or something. It's not much meat, you know, and that's fine. So, but the problem with buying pizza is you yourself only want like 4 slices at most. If you're a fat person, you want 4. If you're a medium person, you probably want 3. If you're a skinny person, you probably want 2. And if you're like, you know, on a diet and trying to remain skinny, you probably only have 1. So, you know, so the problem with pizza is it comes in 8 to 10 slices. And what do you do with the other 6 slices? You eat them over the next 2 days and you get fat. That's how America got fat. If you could call up the pizza, or sorry, well, technically delivery shouldn't really exist. You should have to go to the pizza place, I think. And if delivery exists, it should cost what it costs. You know, I'm fine with pizza delivery being expensive because delivery is expensive, right? The guy puts his life at risk to bring you the pizza. He should make some money. That's how I viewed it when I was a delivery driver, you know, or a taxi driver. And so, but the problem is, you know that you're not eating the whole pizza. If you do, you know that you're eating cold pizza over the next 2.5 days. If you could just hypernet 2 slices of the pizza for $2 and get hot, fresh pizza, only the amount that you want to eat for $2 instead of shelling out the 8 and eating cold pizza or giving it to your family or just throwing it away or whatever, America would be a much better place. Now, okay, are we in a lot of reds in Pioc? I've got to call this out. It's a lot of reds, Pioc.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And so the hypernet makes it so that you can sell the pizza for $36. So what's the problem with buying pizza? We know that it only costs them like $2.50 a mats maybe, and then they charge you $16 starting, and it goes all the way up to $30 depending on how fancy you want it or how much you want or how big you want it and all this, right? And you're thinking like, okay, well, cool. We know that he needs to make a profit, but if you look at that, you're like, oh my God, you are charging me like a 1,600% markup, which isn't really a good market, which is why, you know, Domino's and Pizza Hut died. They kind of died a little bit, you know, because it's not a good market. They charge like a 1,600% markup. Now I'm okay with them charging $16 for, or whatever that is. It's like an 800% markup. If it's $2.50 to make the pizza, you know, they have to charge something. But I mean, if you charge $14 more, isn't that 7 times what the pizza's worth? That's a little steep for most things. You know, I could see 3 times what the pizza's worth, you know, at like $9.99, something like that. But not like 6 or 8 or 12 or even 16 times what the actual materials are worth. That's too much. That's like you're selling gold at that point. And that's kind of how it was for Pizza Hut for a long time. So the HyperNet makes it so that you don't have to scam or steal from anybody, because when you sell something used, you get like a 30% markup. Like when I put this Caracal Navy issue up on the HyperNet, it's worth 46, but I get to ask for 64 because it's divided. It's 64 divided by 8. So see how the HyperNet price is 8 million? We could pretty much save America with this system. The day that HyperNet hit, if anybody in this world cared about America living or dying, they would have suggested that America switch to the HyperNet system like 4 years ago. But I mean, I guess I'm doing it right now. I suggested America, all of our Keynesian economics people are fucking idiots. And you might make an argument that this is gambling, but it's actually not. It's just cutting one single thing into 8 slices, and you can take it for 2 slices, or you can buy the whole thing for a higher price. But I mean, you can get how little of it that you want. And I could see Keynesian economic people going crazy for this fucking system. It's better than capitalism. It's superior to capitalism. I don't think I ever want to buy anything on the fucking market ever again. I don't think I want to buy anything direct from the market unless I'm placing it on the HyperNet. Anything I ever buy in this game ever again is going to be like mods I have to buy because they're not on the HyperNet and stuff. They're too cheap to be on the HyperNet. But I mean, anything else, ship equipment is not on the HyperNet, but everything else is. And I think America should do the same. I think you should be able to get on your cell phone now, go to the Pizza Hut app, see that there's a large $36 pizza with 10 toppings on it, and a stuffed crust, right? That's been lovingly, that comes with blue cheese, sides, and a soda, or like a 2-liter, and wings, right? And it's $36. But but as you're on the app on your cell phone, you buy 2 shares of that $36 pizza. Now you could buy the whole pizza for $36 if you need the whole pizza, but instead you just buy the 3 slices that you want, right? And then you wait like 15 minutes while the other people in your neighborhood want to buy pizza, right? And then they come through, they see that there's 5 more slices left on this $36 super mega pizza with good toppings and chicken sides and and Pepsi and all this, right? And they're like, oh, I want a piece of that too. And the Pepsi isn't a 2-liter, it's an 8-pack, right? Same as the slices on the pizza. So with the slices of pizza comes a bottle of soda for each slice and all this other stuff. Good value for the $8 that you actually want to spend, as opposed to the $36 that you pay for the average pizza delivery, right? And so then you don't have it delivered, or maybe you do, but you pay a lot of money for the delivery if you want. That's up to you. But I mean, but usually you would go to the pizza place, you ask for your 3 slices of pizza, and they're the best 3 slices of pizza that you ever ate. And they were only $8 at $1.50 a slice or something like that. And you're like, wow, this was so good. And I don't have cold pizza in the fridge, and I don't have I didn't spend more than I wanted to, and all this other stuff. And that's how the HyperNet is as well. Now there's a gambling bent to the HyperNet, but we could just cut up things into slices of 8 if we wanted to, and sell them. Anything that we could slice up into different portions, right? We could sell in a different capitalist system that enabled all of our poor people to eat, all of our poor people to get drugs, all of our poor people to get education that they need, all of our poor people to get transportation that they need, all of our poor people to get everything that they need that they're not getting right now in the lower class, which is why we have Uvalde, Texas and shit like that. It's because these people aren't getting enough attention. They're not getting enough TLC from the community, their parents, or anybody else. So they shoot up schools and shit like this because the world's overpopulated. And there's not enough food. There's not enough love. There's not enough education. There's not enough people. There's not enough support to go around for all the people that we have on the planet. Okay, did I make it here? Yes, I did. I got to switch out ships here to a skiff, and I've got to verify the opportunities. Oh, I have opportunities somehow. I got a reward for something. Oh, scan 5 signatures. Cool. Yep, claim. Yep, great. So now we're in the skiff. I have to check the contents to make sure that I have the proper fittings, and I have to make sure that there's no ice in it. I don't really need those right now, so we're going to dump all of that. We come over to the alt, and we will... Yep. Look good. Just have to make sure that the fitting is correct. Good. Yes. We are fit for ice, and we are ready to depart to a certain place. I did not join this fleet yet. Oh no, fleet finder. Oh no, I am in the fleet. I don't know. Am I in the fleet? No. Yes. And then we will undock and